You ready? Okay. State,
Yes, Your Honor.
announce the case and yourselves.
Yes, Your Honor. We're here on State of Florida versus Mark Sievers, 15 CF 673B. Representing the state is Christina Pacheco from the Attorney General's Office, also Assistant State Attorney Hamid Hunter from the 20th Judicial Circuit.
Defense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Megan Montagno, Joseph Fontaine, and John Mobianco on behalf of Mr. Sievers.
And for the record, Mr. Sievers is present. I'll make sure you guys have his headset working properly.
Thank you, Rob.
Is it working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If there's a problem, just let us know. Okay. State's ready to proceed, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Alicia Cardenas, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record, please?
My name is Alicia, A-L-I-C-I-A, Cardenas, C-A-D-E-N-A-S.
And if you could speak closer to the microphone, it would be appreciated. And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Signature Science, which has a forensic DNA testing laboratory in Austin, Texas.
Okay. And in what capacity are you employed there?
I am the validation manager and the forensic DNA analyst as well.
Okay. And prior to being employed there, where were you employed?
I was employed at DNA Labs International from January 2014 to June of 2021.
Okay.
And while I worked there, I was a senior DNA analyst, the technical leader, as well as a laboratory supervisor.
And prior to your work with DNA Labs International, were you employed anywhere else?
Yes, I was. I was at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science. I was there for approximately 7 years, working as a forensic biologist in the forensic science section.
Okay. And could you please detail for us what your educational background is?
I received a Master of Science in Forensic Science from Florida International University and a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Nova Southeastern University.
And have you received any specialized training in the field of DNA analysis?
Yes, at each of my positions I did receive training. At the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, it was a 10-month hands-on training program where I worked alongside qualified examiners on actual casework, on training samples that were meant to mimic actual samples. I had to complete a technical oral competency exam as well as a formal mock trial. And then subsequently at DNA Labs International and at Signature Science, I also had to complete training as well as a competency exam.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state concedes that the witness is qualified to give her opinion in this court.
Noted.
Okay. Now, how did you become involved in this case?
It was when I was working at DNA Labs International. I issued several reports related to this case for evidence that was submitted by Lee County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. So you were initially approached by the Lee County Sheriff's Office to do work on this case?
Yes, they submitted evidence to the laboratory.
Okay. And we're going to focus on two particular pieces of evidence, a backpack and a blue jumpsuit. When were those items submitted to your lab?
Those were received on August 28th, 2015.
And what was your lab asked to do with those items?
We were asked to examine them for the possible presence of blood, as well as to perform or collect a sample for DNA testing and perform that analysis.
Okay. And let's take each individual item. you received a backpack, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What happens when your lab receives an item of evidence?
When an item of evidence is received, it's first logged into our laboratory information management system, which is an electronic system that tracks that item in the laboratory and provides a chain of custody. Each item is assigned its own unique item number within the laboratory. For the actual screening process, the individual screening it will do a visual examination of the item. They're going to document the condition of the package, the condition of the item itself, note any visible staining on it, and in this case, they would perform any blood testing as needed on possible blood stains. And then once that's complete, they will collect a sample for DNA depending on the case information.
Okay. And with respect to the backpack, after the visual inspection, what was noted?
After the visual inspection, blood testing was performed and no blood was detected on the item.
Was there any swabbing or any DNA detected on any part of the backpack?
There was a sample that was collected from the arm straps of the backpack, and the DNA profile obtained from that sample indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male contributor, and it was determined to be inconclusive for comparison purposes, which essentially means it didn't meet the criteria in order to use for comparison. There are certain thresholds that would need to be met.
Okay. And just for the sake of the record, to make it complete, could you briefly describe what DNA is?
Yes, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the material that contains all of the information that a living thing needs to develop and function. You get half of your DNA from your mother, half from your father. About 99% of DNA is the same for all human beings. And about 1% will differ between individuals, and that's where we focus our testing on.
Okay. And in this particular case, you said that there was a mixture involved with the straps of the backpack.
Yes, that's correct. A DNA profile could essentially, when I evaluate a DNA profile, I'm looking to see how many possible contributors are present. It could be a single source, meaning it originates from one individual, or it could be a mixture, and then based on how much, what I'm seeing, I could determine the minimum amount of individuals that could be contributing. And for this particular sample, it was determined to be at least 3 individuals.
Okay. But in the end, you couldn't do an actual comparison with any particular individual with this?
That's correct. The profile was determined to be inconclusive for comparison.
Thank you. And does that mean that there's a threshold that wasn't met in order to be compared?
Yes. So essentially, it could either mean that we're seeing indications of at least 3, but not enough information from all 3 individuals to do a comparison. So it wasn't able to meet that criteria.
Okay. And the other item submitted was a set of blue coveralls, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was this item also visually inspected?
Yes, a visual exam was conducted. Any staining that appeared to be the possible blood was tested, and no blood was detected on the item.
Okay. So there was no visual blood on this item?
There were stains that were tested. However, no blood was detected. So essentially, when we do a visual exam, we'll be looking for any possible stains that resemble blood or could be masking the presence of blood. So if there's any even dirt-like staining that could be masking it, we may sample to make sure that there's nothing being masked. And also, depending on the color of the item, we may do random samples of the item to see if there's any blood detected as well.
Okay. Was this item also examined to see if there was any wearer DNA?
Yes, a sample was collected from the interior wrists, neck, and underarm areas of the coveralls.
Okay. And did this lead to further analysis?
When this proceeded through the process, it stopped at a point where we determined how much DNA is present in the sample. So at that point, it was determined that no DNA was detected, which means that we weren't able to proceed further.
Okay. And you authored a report on this case with those findings?
That's correct.
And that report was submitted to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And at that point, were the items returned to the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Subsequently, it was returned. I don't have the exact date of return in front of me, but it was returned to the agency.
Okay. Were you ever deposed in this case?
I don't have any documentation of a deposition. I'm not aware of or don't recall.
And do you recall if you testified at trial?
I don't believe I did, no.
I'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
State.
Good morning, Ms. Cardenas.
Good morning.
So the testimony that you gave is in relation to your second report, which was provided on August 31st or on or about August 31st of 2015, right?
That's correct.
And you authored several other reports related to this case.
Yes, I did.
How many?
4 reports in total.
And those reports were in reference to other items and not just the backpack?
That's correct.
All right. So you talked earlier that our DNA is what you said over 99% similar.
Yes, for human beings.
So, for example, our DNA determines such things such as eye color, skin color and tone, hair texture, right? Gender.
Yes, so DNA will essentially give information to provide what hair color or eye color we may have.
So you've got greenish, bluish eyes, brown hair, light textured skin, and you're a female. I'm an African-American male. I've got brown eyes, dark curly hair, or what's left of it. And you say, despite our obvious differences, our DNA is 99% the same.
Yes, 99% for all human beings, and then the remaining 1% is where we see differences.
Does the fact that our DNA is so close cause any issues when there are mixtures of DNA, when there's more than one contributor to a sample? And if so, what are those issues?
When we're testing DNA, we are looking at various areas that we know are different between human beings, but there could be sharing of DNA at certain areas. That's why we test multiple areas. So in this case, for example, we use the Identifier Plus system, which targets 16 areas of DNA. So while each individual may share at one area, they overall will expect to see different DNA profiles when we look at all 16 areas. But when we're dealing with mixtures, it does become more complex in terms of how much is being shared, which is something that could lead to why it would be inconclusive.
So if a person was known to have had possession of that backpack and their DNA wasn't found on the backpack or was in a mixture that was inconclusive, what does that mean?
Since the mixture was inconclusive, I wouldn't be able to make any determination as to who could be contributing. In general, DNA, if you come in contact with an item, you may leave DNA behind. It doesn't mean that you will definitely leave DNA behind. So there's various factors that can contribute whether or not you leave DNA behind when you come in contact with something.
And there are factors that affect the presence of DNA on an object, right?
That's correct.
The environment, for one, right?
Yes, that could have an effect.
Humidity,
Yes.
sunlight.
Yes, over time, certain elements could affect how long DNA could last on an item.
And when you say that the mixture of DNA on the armband or the arm strap on the backpack was inconclusive, were you testing that against the standards from Jimmy Rogers and Taylor Showmaker?
At this stage, I would determine that's inconclusive for comparison. I wouldn't proceed to looking at any of the standards in comparison.
Okay, so because you were unable to develop a conclusive DNA profile from the strap, you weren't then able to compare it against any of the other control samples that were submitted.
That's correct.
So you're not able to say that Jimmy Rogers' DNA was present on the backpack.
I wouldn't be able to say either way.
And you're not able to say that Jimmy Rogers' DNA was not present on the backpack.
That's correct.
You're not able to say that Taylor Shoemaker's DNA is present on the backpack.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to offer any conclusion as to that.
And you're not able to say that her DNA was not present on the backpack.
That's correct.
The blue coveralls that you were given, what condition were they in?
The notes indicate that there was debris and bugs present, so it appears to have been out in the elements.
Does being out in the elements, can being out in the elements affect the, any potential DNA samples that might be on an item?
It can. It would all depend on various factors. I wouldn't be able to offer, because I don't know the conditions that it was exposed to, I wouldn't be able to offer any information as to what would be likely or not in terms of whether DNA could go away, but in general, being exposed to certain elements can degrade or break down DNA.
And when you said you conducted a visual exam of the blue coveralls to look for blood, how do you conduct that visual exam?
So the visual exam was conducted by another individual at the laboratory, but I do have the notes related to it. Essentially, the item is pulled out in the laboratory in a clean work area, and all the notes document the condition of the item as well as where any staining may be present and what would be tested.
Are any alternative light sources or chemicals used to try and reveal any potential biological samples on the item?
In this case, an alternate light source wasn't used. Generally, an alternate light source is used to visualize any stains that may not be visible under natural light. But this could be particularly helpful with semen, saliva, perspiration stains that may not be visible. In this case, it was just a visual exam under regular light. In terms of chemical tests, we did do, the blood test would be a chemical test.
And it's safe to say, unlike the semen, saliva, and other items, blood staining often leaves a visible brownish reddish stain on items.
Generally, yes. There's an appearance of blood that we look for, and like I said, if it could be masked by any type of other staining that looks different, we will test. And also a darker item, so something that's like black in color, we will do random sampling of areas in case we're not seeing something visibly.
And unlike the backpack, on the backpack you said that there was a mixture, inconclusive for comparison purposes. Were you able to locate a DNA profile from any of the areas you swabbed on the coveralls?
For the coveralls, the interior wrists, neck, and underarm areas were sampled, and no DNA was detected.
And why were those, in fact, those areas were sampled because they're wear areas, right?
Yes, it would be areas that may come in contact if you were wearing the item.
And so, for example, the wrists, oftentimes from movement, will leave skin cells on the wrist areas of a garment, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
And on the neck area of a garment, again, from maybe even sweat as well as from movement, you can leave skin cells on the neck area of a garment, correct?
That's correct.
Does the fact that DNA, in fact, the fact that DNA wasn't found on these coveralls doesn't mean they weren't actually worn, right?
That's correct. When we say no DNA was detected, it means that there could be no DNA or DNA below the detection limits of the test. So there are certain thresholds that are certain sensitivity to the test itself.
Or DNA could have been obliterated by the environment, right?
That's possible.
And so because of the fact that you didn't locate a profile, you weren't able to compare anything to the known standards from Taylor Shoemaker, Jimmy Rogers, Teresa Sievers, or Curtis Wright.
That's correct. I wasn't able to draw any comparison since no profile was obtained, or no DNA was detected.
Thank you.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
Released, Your Honor.
Agree?
Agreed.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Next witness.
Defense will be calling Mr. J.D. Thomas next.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What's your name?
Joseph Thomas.
And do you from time to time go by J.D.?
Yes, always.
Mr. Thomas, are you employed?
I own my own company, Forensic Consulting Services.
What does that company do?
Basically, we review and analyze crime scenes, do crime scene reconstruction, blood stain pattern analysis, bullet trajectory, all sorts of things involving mostly homicides.
Okay. And I guess, is there a subsequent component to that once you do all sorts of those analyses? Do you do anything with that information?
That really depends on the attorney, whether he wants a report or he or she wants a report or just consult. It's basically whatever the attorney needs.
Okay. And how does one come to be so employed? What's your professional background?
I was a police detective in Virginia in the forensic science section. I've been doing forensics now for a little over 39 years, and I have a little over 4,700 hours of training. Member of the International Association for Identification, International Bloodstain Pattern Association, medical investigator for the Florida Emergency Mortuary Operations Response System.
It's not relevant, so I'm not going to ask any more about that, but I am curious. Please go on.
Really, you should. And I mean, if you want to know how I got my start, it was back when I was in the Navy and assigned in Roosevelt Roads, Puerto Rico at the Naval Station. In November of 1978, got a call that we had an aircraft coming in from a place called Jonestown, Guyana. And for the next 10 days, we had over 100 aircraft. And we were, the way it was written was humanitarian relief for deceased American citizens at the People's Temple in Jonestown, Guyana.
Okay. Again, another thing about which I'd like to inquire further, but I will endeavor to keep it relevant. So, I guess, with all of that background and being so employed, did you ever come to be involved in the Mark Sievers case?
I did.
Okay. And was that for the state of Florida or was that for the defense?
For the defense.
And I guess prior to your formal involvement in the case, what was your relative level of awareness of the incident?
You mean prior to?
Yes, sir.
Nothing.
Okay.
Hadn't heard about it.
You hadn't, I guess, read about it in the paper, hadn't heard about it in the news?
No, I'm 3 hours north, so I hadn't heard a thing about it.
Okay. Still in the state of Florida?
Yes,
Okay.
Tampa Bay.
And so being involved in the defense, were you initially contacted by someone from Mr. Sievers' defense team and asked about your services and brought it that way, or how would you describe the way you first became involved?
Yes, I was contacted by someone in his office.
Okay. And subsequent to that contact, I guess they decided that they would use your services?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, how does that work with respect to how the court treats you? Are you appointed? Is there any sort of recognition that way in the record?
In a case like this, it goes through the JAC, Justice Administrative Commission. They basically file a motion with the JAC. The JAC signs off on it, and then goes to the judge for the order. And once the judge signs the order, it's done.
Okay. When you say they file a motion, is that the party who is retaining
Right,
your
whoever
services?
has contacted me, whoever wants to hire me.
Okay. And so your, I guess, work with the defense team, I guess, how would you characterize the level of your involvement with the defense team?
In this case,
Yes, sir.
I had one phone conference with Mr. Mummert and his paralegal at the time. Everything else was through email between myself and his paralegal.
Okay. And off the top of your head, do you know the date on which the order was filed by the court, kind of codifying your involvement in the case?
September 12th.
Okay. And do you, I guess, file normal invoices with the JAC, or do you, I guess, provide them with anything that essentially reflects the duration of your involvement in the case, or your active involvement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember when your final billing entry was for the JAC?
It was September 24th, 2019.
So I guess in total, is that about 12 days?
Well, there was a difference between when the order was signed and when I got the parts of discovery that was emailed to me via Dropbox.
Okay.
So I didn't get those till September 15th. So I didn't begin till September 16th.
Okay. So I guess an association for about 12 days and about 8 days worth of substantive work. Is that accurate
Yes,
to say?
sir.
Okay. And in those 8 days, roughly how much time was dedicated to investigating
I
this
can
case?
tell you exactly if I can refer back to an invoice.
If that will refresh your recollection, yes, sir.
$47.2 hours.
Okay. And in those 47.2 hours, I know that you had that initial 45-minute conversation with the first chair and his assistant. Was there any more time from those 40-some-odd hours that were dedicated to actively collaborating with the defense team and preparing them for how they would use and examine the evidence?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the rest of those hours then. The rest of those hours, what were they spent doing?
There were a total of 2,284 crime scene photos that I had to review.
Okay.
I got the deposition from the medical examiner, the deposition from the crime scene technician that worked the scene, the crime scene report done by the same crime scene tech, and then the deposition of, well, take that back. I was provided notes that were taken after the deposition of Mr. Wright. I didn't get the deposition itself, just notes that were taken during that. And then the deposition of Detective Downs, the FBI lab reports, discovery index, depot of Detective Lebed, and then the review and documentation of the deposition of Detective Downs.
Okay. Now, when you say that you received a deposition, is that a transcript of the deposition testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you were provided these various pieces of discovery. How did you receive that?
Dropbox,
Dropbox. So it was emailed to you?
correct.
And you were
Now the depot of the medical examiner and the documentation of the notes from Mr. Wright's deposition were emailed directly as an attachment. They were not in Dropbox.
Okay. During your involvement in this case, did you ever have to go to the law office from which the defense team was working to review hard copies of any discovery?
No.
Okay. They provided everything that you needed to see in digital format. Or rather, they provided you everything that you saw in digital format.
Yes.
Okay. Now, besides kind of reviewing evidence and providing any conclusions from that you're able to draw, can you assist a defense team in any other capacity within the scope of your training and experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess could you provide an example of that?
Typically, we review the theory of the case that is going to be presented, and then based on the evidence, and we see if there's any other plausible explanation for what was where and why it was there and how it got there. Assist in writing questions for depositions, and also for cross-examination for trial.
Okay. So if you have an attorney who's not terribly familiar with the mechanics of physical trauma to an individual, you could assist in kind of lending your expertise
Yes, sir.
to information to help them understand it better, maybe craft better examination questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I'll go after.
Okay.
I apologize.
Have you guys resolved the issue then?
I believe we have for now.
Okay. We have another unit too if we need to use it, switch it out, right? Okay. We can try that if it keeps going on. That's all right. It's not your fault.
Your Honor, she's just out in the lobby speaking to a witness. She'll be in a moment, but I think we can proceed if Your Honor's okay with that.
What if I'm not?
You're all right with that,
Mr.
Ms.
LaBianco is okay with that.
I apologize. We're ready to proceed.
You're all right with proceeding without one of your attorneys present, Mr. Sievers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, I believe we were talking about different ways in which you can provide assistance to the defense beyond simply analyzing discovery provided. And I guess just to confirm, beyond your analysis of the discovery provided, was there any other capacity in which you asked to or in fact did assist the defense in preparation for this case?
Again, like I said, it's consulting with for other plausible explanations, drafting questions for cross-examination.
And I understand that those are ways that you can help. Were there any of those ways in which you did actually help the defense or were asked to help the defense?
In this case?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. And one important thing is, could you have provided such assistance if it was requested? Were you available at that time?
Initially, I was told that the trial was going to be October 1st.
Yes, sir.
And then they asked for a hearing. The hearing was denied. Then the last I heard, they were going to file another motion for another hearing, and that's the last I heard. I couldn't even tell you when the trial began. But at that time, I was available.
Okay. I guess, did you ever become aware of the, obviously, but when and how did you become aware of the results of the State of Florida versus Mark Sievers trial?
Probably, as far as Mr. Sievers go, probably on the news, because when I go to close out a case, I'll go into the court docket screen, and that's when I saw that the trial had been done over and he'd been convicted, so that's when I closed it. As far as the other two, I don't think I found that out until probably last year.
Okay. So the defense team never corresponded with you either by phone or by email to advise you that, you know, you either were not needed or your role in their defense was over?
No.
Okay. Now, I guess, what is your understanding of
Excuse me,
what-
let me back up a minute. I did get an email in December from Mr. Mummert's paralegal in reference to assisting them on another case. And in that email, she mentioned that that the trial had been done and that Mr. Sievers had been convicted. So I did find that out in December of that same year.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, when you are brought on to the case, what is your understanding of the specific, I guess, thrust of your investigation? What is it you understood you were going to have to do for defense?
Just, again, just review the scene, review the blood stains, and then, you know, the depositions and the crime scene reports.
Okay. Well, did the defense have, or did they express to you any theory that they wanted you to either, you know, support or refute?
The only thing that I was made aware of is that during that time, Mr. Sievers was not present. He was still out of state.
Okay. And so I guess, how did they want that information to be contemplated in your analysis of the crime scene?
That's something I don't ask,
Okay.
and they didn't give to me because I didn't want it.
Okay. All right. And was there anything else that they wanted you to render an opinion on regarding the appearance of the crime scene?
No, like I said, we never had another discussion about it, and that first confrontation, or first communication we had on that phone call, I didn't know anything about the scene to give him any idea at that point in time, and we never spoke about it again. Mr. Muller and I never spoke about it again.
Okay. I guess from the defense team, was there someone with whom you corresponded more frequently than anyone else?
The paralegal, and that stopped on September 15th,
Okay. About 3 days after your appointment?
the same day I got everything in Dropbox.
Okay. And so, I guess, what insights were you able to glean from your review of the discovery provided?
You mean as far as
As far as what happened on the night of the incident?
she was absolutely brutally attacked with a hammer. That was obvious, that you could tell by the injuries that it was a hammer. That most of the injuries occurred while she was down low because of the cast-off patterns on the refrigerator. A lot of cast-off patterns in the blood on the cabinets, but most of them were low. A lot of just dripping blood throughout the kitchen floor. So you knew that there was a lot of movement within the kitchen. Didn't tell you who did it.
Okay. How about, maybe not the specific identity of the person, but were you able to glean any physical characteristics of whomever the assailant may have been from your analysis of the crime scene, for instance, of height?
No.
Okay. And how about the two individuals who were at that time alleged to have been in the home? They were Curtis Wainwright and Jimmy Ray Rogers. What information did you have about either of them?
Nothing that wasn't included in the reports that I got.
Okay, so, for instance, their respective physical conditions, any injuries, anything like that, you had no awareness of?
None, no.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was dripping blood splatter throughout the home.
Spatter.
Thank you. Was there, as far as you can recall, any measurements taken of any of the blood spatter? Meaning, you know, the diameter of any of the specific blood drippings, such that you could determine the height from which they fell?
No. Again, I mean, they were marked correctly, but as far as I don't think that any actual blood stain analysis was ever conducted.
Okay. So, I guess, how clear a picture of what you were tasked by the defense team to accomplish did you have?
Again, I'm the old school believer that forensic science is not for the prosecution or the defense. Therefore, I really don't care, and I don't want to know what you want me to tell you, because I don't want to hear it. Let me do my thing, and I will tell you what I find out.
Okay. And I guess, did you find out anything that determined conclusively the number of assailants involved in the incident?
No.
Okay. And how about with respect to the injuries on the deceased? Do you recall their general appearance?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you can recall, can you describe them?
Most of the damage was impact, blunt force, like half moon that you would see when like half of a hammer makes contact, and that could be either from the way it strikes the surface or the curvature of the skull when it's struck, is why you don't have that full head of the hammer showing. And then a lot of it, you have damage being caused at areas already damaged. So you don't have that half moon shape anymore. Now you just got more of a crushing because it's already hitting areas that have already been broken.
Okay. Was there anything from what you reviewed that cut conclusively in favor of the defense or the state? Meaning, is there anything that you found that supported, for instance, exonerating Mr. Sievers versus proving conclusively the state's theory?
I mean, the only thing is that he wasn't there. I mean, other than that, as far as the conspiracy, there was nothing that would either confirm or refute.
Okay, so it sounds like, if I understand that, the evidence you reviewed was agnostic as to the presence of a conspiracy because there's just nothing probative to that issue.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. Now, with respect to the information you were provided about Curtis Wayne Wright, I guess, had you received detail or a transcript of a detailed statement he gave describing what happened, would you be able to utilize that to assess the extent to which it's consistent with the crime scene appearance?
It just depends on what he had to say. I mean, he may have come up with something that just didn't fit, or he may have come up with something that was just actually was inconclusive, or you don't know. I can't speculate because I don't know what he said.
Okay. Had you received that, do you think it could have been helpful in guiding your analysis of the crime scene?
It's always helpful.
Yeah. How about what you were provided regarding Curtis Wainwright, the notes someone took from a deposition? How much utility did you gain from that?
The notes were objective, or weren't objective.
Would that be subjective?
Subjective.
All right.
So, as far as I was concerned, what whoever wrote them wrote could have been more of an opinion. Mm-hmm. And I didn't put any validity in it, really, as far as a great deal of what actually occurred. Again, that person was working for the defense, and they could have just as easily been jaded as anybody else. So, unless it's under testimony, under oath, I don't pay a lot of attention to it.
Okay. So, I guess, would it be accurate to characterize Mr. Wainwright's, description of what is supposed to have occurred that night kind of a blind spot for you in your analysis of the crime scene?
Well, I mean, I don't think there were some things that you could use, but I mean, as far as the basis for an opinion, no, I wouldn't begin to use that.
Okay. I could have a moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you much.
Steve.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Morning, ma'am.
Nice to see you in person.
Nice to see you.
So you reviewed crime scene photographs in this case,
I did.
2,284 of them,
Yes, ma'am.
and you reviewed the deposition transcripts of the medical examiner. Is that correct?
Correct.
You reviewed the deposition from the crime scene technician.
I did.
You reviewed a crime scene report.
I did.
You also reviewed notes from the deposition of Curtis Wright.
I did.
You reviewed an FBI lab report.
Well, I think there were several of them. It was 109
Okay.
pages total.
Okay, a 109-page report from the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
And a deposition of Detective Lebed,
Yes, ma'am.
and a deposition of Detective Downs, is that
Ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you spent 47.2 hours on this case reviewing these materials.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have anything to offer that would have been helpful to Mr. Sievers' case, did you?
Not, no, I don't believe it. I would.
You have testified in over 100 cases.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been retained in over 1,000 cases.
Easily. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In this case, after reviewing all of the materials and speaking with the defense attorneys, you noted that there was no evidence actually placing Mark Sievers at the crime scene, right?
And again, I only spoke with the defense attorney that one time, and that was after I had only looked at the first 800 photos, and then we had that phone conversation. I never spoke to him again.
Okay. But after reviewing the evidence that you were provided by them, you weren't able to find anything specifically placing Mark Sievers at the crime scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you also knew that it was never alleged that he was there when the murders occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
That was never part of the state's case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Other than there being no evidence showing that Mark Sievers there when the murder was committed, did you have any other helpful evidence that would have aided the defense?
Yeah, that's a hard answer because I know I didn't get everything that would have been helpful. So based on what I had, I did the best I could with what I had. But would I have liked to have had more of the discovery that they had? Yes.
Did you ask for any additional information?
Again, at that point in time, I didn't know that Mr. Wright had already basically taken some sort of made some sort of agreement. I didn't know that he had given a proffer, so I didn't know any of that stuff. So I didn't know to ask for it because I wasn't told of it.
Okay. You testified that your approach to analyzing a case is to let me do my thing and let me tell you what I find out.
Yes.
So what did you find out from this case?
That she was attacked by allegedly two people. You can't even really confirm that, just by the attack anyway. That could have been a single person. And that there were pry marks on the side garage door that to me didn't necessarily look like they were pried open. And I knew that the allegation was, or that the theory was that this all occurred as a burglary or a robbery, but yet all these things were left out in the open, and that didn't fit to me either. So my theory is didn't necessarily, because I was told that they believed, or that they were relayed to me that the state's theory was this happened based on a robbery per what they found out during the interviews of the defendants.
Okay. But you found nothing to confirm or refute that there was a conspiracy between Mark Sievers and the people who actually physically committed the
No, ma'am,
murder?
I did not.
If you had any additional information that would have been helpful to Mr. Sievers, you would have provided it to his defense team. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
In reviewing Curtis's rights notes, you did glean that he admitted to committing the murder in this case. Is that correct?
That he was involved in it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you never asked for the physical transcripts from the deposition?
I was told that that's all they had, that they never got the deposition transcript because it was so late in the game, and that's all that she had.
Okay. Is it fair to say, though, at the time you weren't going to lean one way or another on be influenced by what any one person was saying happened? You were going to do your own independent research and come to your own conclusion?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Vince. Is this witness to be released or retained? Agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Mr. Bob Trussell. Trussell?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Trussell.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Ralph Robert Tressel. Last name spelled Tressel. I go by Robert or Bob.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a trial consultant through my company called Forensic Investigative Services on crime scene analysis.
And how long have you owned your own company?
I started the company in 2002. Ended up full-time when I retired from law enforcement.
So prior to having your own company, you had law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And can you go into your law enforcement experience?
Yeah, I went to work for the Cobb at COBB, County Police Department in Marietta, Georgia in 1973 as a uniformed patrol officer. I received my post-police officer's training certificate in October of 1973. I was with the police department as a patrol officer until February of 1975, at which time I was promoted to the detective rank and I was transferred to the Crimes Against Persons unit. A commonly referred to as the Robbery Homicide Division.
Do you have any other work or specialized training in any type of law enforcement capacity?
I have several different things, yes. I stayed with the police department. I made the rank of sergeant in 1978. I left and went to the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office, where I received advanced training in death investigations. When I took early retirement from Cobb County in 1997, I went to work for a company called Burton and Associates. Burton and Associates is a private company that handled primarily death investigations involving product liabilities. We also did homicide investigations for defense attorneys. And then in April of 2011, I returned to Cobb County as the chief investigator for the Cobb County District Attorney's Office.
How many hours in training in death investigations would you say you had?
I always estimated it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 to 800 hours of training between my time at the police department and my time at the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Were you ever an instructor in any type of law enforcement capacity?
I did. I was an instructor to the local police academies in death investigations, criminal investigations, crime scene analysis, and crime scene processing.
As the owner of Forensic Investigative, what do you do as a forensic investigator, consultant?
I provide consulting services to primarily defense attorneys now, in analyzing homicide investigations. It depends on what the issue is in looking at it. Is it a crime scene issue? Is it an investigative issue? Evidence collection issue? Or some expertise that I may give in blood spatter analysis, firearms information, particularly in I can't even talk, trajectory analysis, those type things, and analyzing a crime scene.
Do you have further training in blood spatter analysis?
I do. I've received 2 advanced courses in blood spatter and blood stain evidence.
And you mentioned you primarily offer services to defense attorneys. Do you only offer your services to defense?
No, I do get contacted on occasion from prosecutors pertaining to primarily cases that I may be familiar with that are what I always call carryover cases, cases that I actually physically worked on while I was in the employment of Cobb County.
What types of cases are you normally hired to consult on?
I'd have to say the majority of the cases that I get are homicide investigations.
What goes into a homicide investigation?
Well, you got many aspects of a homicide investigation. We call it putting the pieces of the puzzle together. You've got your crime scene, and that's your initial call, maintaining the crime scene, analyzing it, documenting what you find, then the collection of whatever the evidence you have. The next thing, and I always have to say that it depends on jurisdictions, because some agencies are much better equipped to handle a homicide investigation than other agencies. So you look at the interviews that are taken, the witnesses' statements, you try to analyze those, and in a homicide investigation, you have to corroborate, or in any criminal investigation, you have to corroborate what the witness is telling you. Can we verify that they were even there, so to speak? Can we corroborate what they say they saw? And that's part of the investigative technique. Then you get the medical examiner. You have to take the information received from the medical examiner and relate it to the crime scene. What injuries are we looking at? What type of injuries? How could they possibly have occurred? And then you go back and correlate that to the evidence you found at the crime scene. And then you got some more here.
Keep going.
And then you have your laboratory reports. The information comes from the laboratory on firearms, blood stain analysis, DNA analysis. You have to combine all of that and put it together and get an idea of what it tells you about the crime scene and how things could or did happen, if you can improve procedurally what steps took place.
So you say you mainly work with homicide investigations, but it seems like it's much broader than that.
It is, yeah, it's much broader. You have to take in the whole investigation when you look at a case.
And what type of educational background do you have to help with that?
Well, I only have 2 years of junior college, never got a degree. It was in the early 70s. I have multiple trainings. I've been trained in homicide investigations, various schools, University of Georgia, schools put on by the FBI. I have training in what's called medical legal death investigation. It's just an upload or an upgraded investigation of death investigation. And I've had two excellent classes on that, one at the University of St. Louis School of Medicine and one at the University of Miami School of Medicine. Both were 2-week schools pertaining to medical legal aspects of death investigation, how to recognize different types of death. That's part of what the medical examiner's office does. We just don't work homicides. We have all the other sundry deaths that occur within your jurisdiction that you have to investigate, determine how they happen. I've been trained in blood spatter analysis. As I said, I've had multiple courses, and 2 of them were, one was in St. Petersburg, Florida. That was the first one I attended, and the second one was in Santa Rosa, California.
And have you received any certificates after you've completed these trainings?
I've got certificates somewhere on all of them, but yes.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in either a criminal or a civil case?
I have.
How many times?
I would estimate well over 200. I've testified in 13 states and in the federal courts as an expert in homicide investigation, crime scene analysis.
And you said the areas you've been qualified in is homicide investigation, crime scene analysis?
Primarily, yes. It deals with blood spatter interpretation in particular cases, firearms in some aspects. I'm not a ballistician. I don't look at bullets and shell casings and tell you whether they were fired by the same weapon or a particular weapon, but I look at the analysis of that information, and I'm trained through ATF in firearms investigations, just looking at the weapons and learning how they function.
Your Honor, I tender the witness as an expert.
I don't think you need to under the rules anymore, but there you go.
Force of habit. Have you ever been, I know we talked about this a little bit, have you ever been retained or, how many times have you been retained to consult, testify in a homicide case?
Okay, start that at the beginning again.
How many times have you been retained to consult or testify on a homicide case?
Oh, good gracious. In private consulting, at least 200 times, if not more.
And how many of those have been death penalty cases?
I'm having to think of the number because I do a lot of death penalty appeal cases, probably 75 plus.
When you are retained as a consultant, what do you set out to do?
Well, the first step is to set out what does the crime scene tell us? What is the information we can glean from the crime scene? Then it depends on what the aspects of the appellate issue is, on what my function is within looking at a case. Is it looking at to verify trajectory analysis, or is it to cause of death? Because I do get asked that quite a bit. Or is it to look at the corroborating of witnesses' statements?
And how do you accomplish those goals?
Well, first thing you have to do is understand the crime scene. You have to do an analysis of the crime scene. And then you have to look at the statements that have been given as to either eyewitness statements or investigative interviews on how the crime may have occurred. And then you have to take those statements and corroborate what the statement is telling you happened. Again, positioning, what took place on the crime scene, where certain pieces of evidence may or may not have been placed or put or found. So you have to, in dealing with witnesses, it's corroborating what they are telling you, and that's my biggest job that I'm always asked to do, is try to corroborate the statements as to what the crime scene is telling me.
Okay. And when did you become involved in the present case?
If I remember right, sometime in 2024.
And how did you become involved?
Well, it was first by a phone call and then a follow-up with some materials from your office.
Okay. And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to review the crime scene, determine what the crime scene told us as to what happened, and then to look at the testimony of Curtis Wright to see in his testimony if certain items in the testimony could be corroborated. The chain of events, where they were, the different things that he said in his testimony.
And what materials were you given in order to provide?
Well, I had the Lee County Sheriff's Office reports, their offense report, and then their investigative report. I had included in that would be the crime scene report by Kimberly Van Was. I had the autopsy report of Teresa Sievers. Then had the sworn statements of Curtis Wright. There were two of them that were sworn statements. And I had the trial testimony of Curtis Wright. And I also had all the crime scene photographs.
You've mentioned this morning your kind of main goal is to find cooperation.
Yes.
Were you able to find any cooperation in this case in your evaluation?
Yeah, there's some corroboration of what Curtis Wright was testifying to about the crime scene.
You mentioned there's some cooperation.
Yeah,
Is it
there's
fair to say there is not some cooperation?
There's some things that I have questions about that I can't corroborate.
And what are those things?
Well, gosh, I have to kind of think in order.
We could start with the initial attack, I guess, for lack of a better word, if that helps you.
Well, the one thing is I can tell you that the initial attack, if you have the photographs and you look at it from the garage into the kitchen area, there's dropping of blood over on the right-hand side, in the garage side of that countertop. And there's large drops of blood that are in that general area. And that's where the first blow was probably struck. Then there's the area to the left of that where Miss Sievers was down on the ground. I believe at some point in time she was either on her knees or on all fours, so to speak. And that's where she received the majority of the blows to the back of her head.
Is there anything about that initial evaluation that you just mentioned that you were not able to find cooperation for?
The only thing is the large blood drops, although photographed, were not measured.
And why is that important?
Well, it would tell us how high the blood drops came from. Blood reaches a terminal velocity at 6 feet. In other words, it will not gain any more speed if it's dropped from a higher height. And a single drop of blood is very distinct, and these are single drops of blood that have hit the floor. Without measuring them, it's impossible to determine the exact height they came from.
So is it fair to say that if we knew the size of that blood drop, we might be able to know what person that blood came from?
Well, we know that
The height of the person
we would
that
know
it
the
came from?
height that it came from. Then the question is, what did it come from, the person, or did it come from the weapon that was used? So it's interesting, so it can be dripping blood that comes off the weapon. When she's on the ground over to the left, between her upper legs or thigh areas of her legs, there's droplets of blood. again, were not measured, but that's dropping blood that is single drops of blood, which is pretty much indicative of coming off of the weapon used.
Okay. Since we've mentioned blood, what is blood spatter?
Blood spatter is, well, it's a multitude of things. It's blood that has been shed or dropped. There's different types. You have blood droplets, like we talked about, just round droplets. Then you have what we call projected blood, and that's blood that is slung off. You can sling it off with your hand or a bloody object. So that becomes projected blood, what we call low-speed spatter. Then you have impact spatter, which is where blood flow has already been created, and then you have an impact directly in the same general area, and we now are spattering that blood, projecting that blood at a higher speed. And it gets very small and tiny, and that's indicative in this crime scene along the refrigerator and the cabinetry just above her head. There is impact spatter there. And then you can have high-speed spatter, which is from a gunshot wound. And then you have cast-off spatter. And cast-off is where his weapon is used, and as it's pulled up, it'll cast off on a wall or a ceiling. And when it's brought down, it'll cast off again if it has significant amounts of blood on it. So that's what we're looking for, is what do we see?
And what value does that provide?
Well, it gives you an idea where the victim was. You can, it's especially useful when the body's been removed to try to determine where the body was and where the victim was lying. We can come back and do our angles. We can actually measure blood spatter to determine approximately what angle it struck a wall at. So we can tell you, well, it came from this particular height.
Okay. Going back to our conversation about cooperation, were there any other items or pieces of the crime scene that you did not find cooperation for?
Well, there were a couple of things. One was the damage done to the side garage door, the pry marks. The pry marks were primarily at the actual door lock, but there's no pry marks at the deadbolt.
What does that tell you?
Well, the deadbolt had to be open. There's no, if I were trying to show that you were getting in, there should be pry marks at the deadbolt. And deadbolts are exceptionally hard to open with a pry bar, unless you break actually the framing. So there was a comment in Curtis's statement that he used a pry bar to do that damage. When asked in his first interview, where did you get the pry bar or crowbar? He used the word crowbar. He said he got it in the garage. There was never a question asked that I could see where in the garage you got it. What'd you do with it? And he said, I put it back where I got it. And that I can't corroborate what is he talking about. I do know that a smaller pry bar was found in the saddlebag of the motorcycle, but that was never attempted to be matched up to the pry marks on the door. Okay. And then at a later date, they found a crowbar in a yard several houses away, and that was never tried to be matched to the door. So I can't corroborate that a pry bar was used. I can't corroborate where he got it from, because he can't tell me. He was never asked that.
Okay.
That I can see.
Are there any other things that stick out to you as far as lack of cooperation?
Well, he talks about that he got the hammer that was sitting on the freezer, the chest freezer that was sitting there. And we, based on the crime scene photographs, it's the hammer that's found in the garage that's covered in blood. All right. In his statement, he says that Jimmy Rogers had a ball peen hammer, and a ball peen hammer does not have a claw. And he said that the last blow struck to Miss Sievers was Jimmy Rogers using the claw end of the hammer.
Do you recall seeing any indication that a claw hammer was used?
Not on Miss Sievers. There's not a documented claw hammer injury to her.
How would you be able to tell if there was a mark from a claw hammer?
Well, the claw has got like two fingers coming down, and it's rather sharp. It's used to pull nails out, essentially. When it's wielded, it actually will leave two distinct marks, and depending on when it was used during the course of a fight, it'll dig into the skull. And a lot of times when it's pulled back out, it'll rip the tissue. And she doesn't have any injuries consistent with the claw hammer based on the autopsy report.
In your review of the crime scene, are you able to tell if one or two hammers were used?
You can't tell. These injuries are all described as having crescent shape, which is typical of a regular hammer because it doesn't hit exactly flat. It hits at an angle and creates crescent-shaped wounds. I lost my train of thought right there.
That's okay. We could come back to that. Would the person who was attacking Dr. Sievers, would they have any indications on them of the attack?
They should. Whoever was doing the wielding of the hammer that was doing the damage to Miss Sievers, he should have blood on the front of his clothing, probably.
And why would they have blood on the front of their clothing?
That's from the impact spatter, from the multiple blows. If I remember the autopsy report, there's 17 blows to the head.
And were you able to review the crime scene in relation to any testimony of Mr. Wright?
No.
Were you given any statements from Mr. Wright?
I'm sorry, my brain went wrong. Mr. Wright, yeah, I was able to correlate what he was saying about the crime scene to what we see at the crime scene.
Were there any statements that stuck out at you as possibly being inconsistent with the crime scene?
Yeah, one of the things that was inconsistent was he stated that she entered into the garage and went into the house after taking the luggage out of the car. That's all consistent with what the crime scene tells us. And he said that she walked in and she either put the pocketbook on the countertop or put it somewhere there. Well, when looking at the crime scene photographs, the pocketbook is in a chair that's on the opposite side of the counter area where she would have come to and where she was attacked at.
Why is that of significance to you?
Well, she's a very tiny person. She would have had to reach all the way across the countertop and place the pocketbook in the chair before a blow was struck. I don't know whether the pocketbook was moved, but we do know that there were a couple of items removed from apparently the pocketbook and ended up on the floor to the right of where she's found. And there's the items, I think it's a driver's license, a little billfold type thing. It is sitting on top of blood. So that had to be removed and placed on the floor after the bloodshed occurred.
And what would that indicate to you?
Somebody trying to manipulate the scene.
When you're hired to consult on a case at a trial level, Is it your practice, or is it common to assist trial counsel to prepare cross-examinations of witnesses?
Yes, I assist with that depending on statements and interviews, and especially when we have, when from an investigative standpoint, I have questions that haven't been answered or haven't been asked, then I recommend, we try to get to the bottom of this at some point in time. So I would recommend certain things be asked of witnesses to kind of hone in on exactly what they're trying to tell us.
Is that something that could have been, that you could have done in this case?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I would have talked about. Number one is the measuring of the blood droplets. Depending on the time that an attorney gets involved with the case, whether we can still do any work with it. The other thing would be trying to pinpoint some questions toward more towards the ball peen hammer. What happened to it? Then the other thing would have been looking at why use the claw hammer when they were supposed to be committing this murder. And then there was in a statement about that Mr. Wright gave about a traumatic brain injury. And I read through the entire file, and no one ever checked to find out if that's true or not.
Why is that of importance to you?
Well, if he suffered from a traumatic brain injury, it affects you in different ways in different people. It's what is the nature of the traumatic brain injury? How did it occur? When did it occur? What symptoms was he suffering from to qualify having a traumatic brain injury? And he was never questioned about when they occurred. It was, the only thing I could find, it was supposedly related to 2 motor vehicle accidents. And he said that the first accident is where he got his TBI. And that he did tell the detective that it does cause aggression on his part. And that's the extent of knowing anything about his TBI injury.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tristle, just going back, you also mentioned some things were corroborated with the crime scene. There was corroboration.
Yeah.
What were those things?
Well, corroboration based on his testimony was he couldn't remember where the motorcycle was, but he remembered that when the garage door opened, he ducked down behind these blue storage containers. Well, there's blue storage containers in the garage, so you corroborate that part of the statement. Now, my comment is, did he actually hide there, or did he just duck down there, or could he have been somewhere else in the residence? Definitely, whatever assailant initially made the contact, he testified that he followed her in after she was in the kitchen, and that he struck the first blow. But he couldn't remember whether he struck her from the front or the back. And by that I mean, what was she facing away from him or facing him? She couldn't remember. He couldn't remember, rather.
Is there anything from the crime scene that gives us that answer?
Well, there is a blow to the front of the head that is different from the other blows, and it's kind of a V-shaped laceration. It's not the crescent shape like the head of the peen of the hammer hitting her, and it's an unusual wound. I do not think, and I didn't find any evidence at the crime scene the documentation of the photographs, that it would be consistent with her falling to the ground and creating the injury. So when I think about it, the best way, in looking at the injury pattern, it looks like the hammer has been turned sideways, where I'm not hitting on the peen or not hitting on the claw, I'm hitting on the side of the hammer, which could cause a V-shaped laceration like she has. Now, the interesting part of that injury is it goes all the way through the tissue down to the scalp, but it didn't fracture the skull.
Why is that interesting?
It's not a full-blown blow like the blows to the back of her head where the skull is completely fractured and shattered.
Is there any other information you found corroborated?
Oh, gotta think. Well, the hammer could have been on the chest freezer. Okay, it's not there, it's on the floor, but he said it was on the chest freezer. Okay, I can take that as, okay, I can corroborate that it could be on the chest freezer. The fact that the suitcases that were left at the doorstep have been opened up and material pulled out. Curtis said that he pulled some of the clothing out and scattered it a little bit. Well, that's corroborating what we see on the crime scene. So there are periods of corroboration. Some of the things that he said, and those are the big ones that come out. He said he was looking at the motorcycle. Well, there is a motorcycle in the garage, kind of parked between the two parkings. So I know that he was in the garage at or about the time, somewhere around the time that this incident occurred.
Okay. Was everything that you've testified today available? Was all that information available at the time of trial?
I'm sure it was, yes. I don't think anything new has come forward.
I'll pass the witness.
State.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You were retained in this case to specifically compare the crime scene against Curtis Wright's testimony and statements. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked to see if there were any inconsistencies,
Yes.
but you actually did find that there were some consistencies, correlations.
I
Is
did,
that correct?
yes.
Okay. You reviewed Mr. Wright's trial testimony and from Mr. Sievers' case, right?
I did, yes.
But you did not review any other trial testimony from his case, did you?
No.
And you weren't asked to look at how Mr. Sievers' attorneys performed during the trial in any way?
No.
Or what they did with the information that they had, how they presented it during the trial?
You're correct. No, I was not.
So other than the questions asked of Mr. Wright during Mr. Sievers' trial, you don't know whether his attorneys attempted to expose any potential inconsistencies about Wright's statements?
I do know that during cross-examination at the trial level, they did try to point out some inconsistencies.
Sure. So they tried to, during Wright's testimony, his attorneys tried to point out some inconsistencies, right?
Yes.
But beyond that, because you didn't look at any other witness's testimony, you don't know if the attorneys attempted to point out any inconsistencies through other witnesses.
No, I do not.
Okay. And you talked about the information that you reviewed in this case. I'd like to go over a few things that you didn't review.
Okay.
You never reviewed Mark Sievers' phone records, right?
No.
You never reviewed Curtis Wright's phone records?
No.
You never reviewed the trial testimony about the digital forensics in this case?
No, I did not.
And you didn't look at the testimony from the crime scene technicians during trial?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any testimony about how Mark Sievers acted after the murder occurred?
No.
You weren't asked to review evidence in this case beyond the actual crime scene to determine whether the evidence was consistent with Mr. Wright's testimony. Is that correct?
Okay, I missed the very
Okay,
first part of that.
Beyond the crime scene, you weren't asked to look at evidence to determine whether it was consistent with Mr. Wright's testimony.
If we're talking about the evidence was collected away from the crime scene,
Right.
no, I was not asked to look at that.
Okay, so your only focus was the crime scene itself.
That's correct.
And you were comparing the crime scene with or against Mr. Wright's testimony.
With what he was saying about the crime scene, yes.
You mentioned that measuring blood droplets could determine the potential height of the person.
Not the person, how high the blood came from.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to get at. So if the blood was a dropping from a hammer, it would only tell you the height from the hammer that it dropped, not necessarily the person's height who is holding the hammer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So just to clarify, it would not actually tell you the suspect's height. It would just tell you the height that the blood dropped from with a victim, or I'm sorry. It wouldn't tell you the suspect's height. Is that correct?
No, the only thing you could glean from it is sometimes when you got a large variance in heights of individuals, the drop of blood, I believe in looking at it just with without measuring device, would be difficult to be a dropped blood from Mrs. Siever because she's so short. It had to come from a higher height. So the only thing you can determine is if this thing is over 6 feet. In other words, it leaves me a drop that's 6 feet in height. That means it could have fallen from a height even higher, which would be wielded by a taller person.
Okay.
So excuse me. So that's why we look at what is the height, and then can we compare it with what we know about the crime scene as to where and how it would have come from.
Okay, but you didn't make those determinations in this case?
I couldn't.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was no documented injuries that would have come from a claw-shaped hammer.
Not based on the photographs and the autopsy report.
Okay. And other than your review of the trial testimony from Curtis Wright, you didn't know how that either came out during trial or didn't come out during trial. Is that correct?
I did not read the medical examiner's testimony, so no.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Defense.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
You're released.
State your grace.
No objection.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Jennifer Wood.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record, please?
Jennifer Wood?
Were you ever known by any other name?
Yes. Jennifer Mummert.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a contract paralegal.
And prior to your current employment, were you employed at the Faga law firm?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you employed there?
I was a paralegal and firm administrator.
And how long did you work at the Faga law firm before your involvement with the Sievers case?
So I started there, math's not my strong suit. So I started there in 2012. And I was there until Mr. Fega's death. But we ended up with the Sievers case in between there. So I think that was 2016.
Okay. And after Mr. Fega passed, did the law firm change hands?
Yes.
Okay. And did it become Mr. Mummert's solo practice?
So it was actually prior to Mr. Fega's death. Mr. Mummert took over the practice. And they still worked in partnership, but the actual legal transfer of the practice was right before his death. And then we were Mummert and Starling for a period of time, a little bit less than a year, and then it was just Mummert.
Okay. Let's go back to when it was the Faga law firm. Obviously, you worked with Mr. Faga since 2012.
Yes.
How did Mr. Faga like to work his cases? Did he have a collaborative style, or did he assign
Everything
cases?
was a group effort. We did everything. The whole office was a group effort, from consultation to everything we did. We did as a team.
Okay. So Mr. Faga would have office meetings and discuss the cases with everyone involved?
Yes.
And when I say that everyone was involved, what were the individuals who would be involved in those meetings?
So in this case in particular, it was always Mike, Tony, myself. We would bring in Al Olson, who is the investigator. And then sometimes we had law clerks, like interns from Ave Maria School of Law School. So they would be involved. But in general, like if it was just his case, not a case that Mike was working on, it would always be Tony and I.
Okay. And do you recall how the firm became involved in the Sievers case?
Yes. Tony knew somebody that knew Mark's family, and asked if we could go talk to Mark. Tony sent Mike up to the jail to go talk to Mark.
Okay. So at the point that the firm became involved with the case, Mr. Sievers was already under arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, had the state filed their death notification?
No.
Okay. Did that happen later?
Yes.
Was the firm initially hired to handle Mr. Sievers' civil issues and the criminal, or did one happen after the other?
I think they all happened simultaneously. The civil issues came later, but it was criminal and dependency kind of went together, and then later we got a trust case, and then after that there was a wrongful death case, and a probate was somewhere in the middle of all of that. I don't have like a super clear timeline, but I know that criminal and dependency came first, and then the civil probate trust issues came after the fact.
Okay. And prior to the state's notification to seek the death penalty, were there discussions as to who was going to primarily handle the criminal case?
Yes, they were going to do it as a team effort, but
Okay.
Mike had more of the current criminal experience.
So Mr. Mummert was going to be lead because of his criminal experience at that point?
Yes,
But Mr. Faga was going to be heavily involved as well?
yes, it was a group effort.
And once the state filed their notice to seek the death penalty, were there discussions in the office as to whether to stay on the case or how they would handle it?
Yes.
And what were those discussions, if you recall?
So there was a lot of discussion about it. Mr. Fega had some hesitation. He had handled capital murder cases, but in New York, they didn't have the death penalty, so that was not, and that was many years ago. So there was discussions as to we needed to have somebody who was death qualified. We needed to start looking for that, and that ultimately we would talk to Mr. Sievers about it.
Now, was there a search for a death qualified attorney? If
Yes.
you recall? And Lee, was a death qualified attorney found for this case?
Yes, so we had interviewed a couple, and then I think, I'm pretty sure that in 2017 it was, maybe mid-2017, Mr. Missouri reached out to our offices.
Okay. And you discussed that also Mr. Faga and Mr. Mummer were going to discuss whether to stay on with Mr. Sievers.
Yes,
And was it Mr. Sievers' choice to keep you on the case?
yes.
And I believe you just testified that Mr. Missouri became involved in 2017, is that correct?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly when in 2017, but I know that it was prior to Mr. Fega's death. I know Mr. Fega was involved in those initial discussions with him, so it was prior, even before he got sick and wasn't really actively involved in the practice.
Okay. And did Mr. Missouri reach out, or did the firm find him?
No, he reached out to us.
Now, did Mr. Fega or Mr. Mummer seek advice as to how to themselves prepare or get death qualification to handle this case?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And who did Mr. Mummer or Mr. Fega reach out to for that?
When the initial notice of intent to seek death came about, we went over to Miami, and I'm not going to remember the law school, but it was a Miami law school where they had a death clinic. They had the clinic there, and we spoke to a few different death attorneys there who definitely advised us to start talking to death qualified attorneys. And then we went to Life Over Death 2, maybe 3 times during each year we went to Life Over Death after that. And then Kathleen Fitzgeorge was very helpful in terms of guiding.
Okay. And did Kathleen Fitzgeorge represent one of the defendants in this case?
Yes,
And who was that, if you recall?
Jimmy Rogers.
And in the initial stages, did the team at your office and Ms. Fitzgeorge collaborate on depositions and work together?
Until the severance, we did everything together, yes.
And she provided insight for Mr. Mummer?
I would say more guidance, yes.
Now, was your firm advised to hire a mitigation specialist?
Yes.
And what was that process like for your firm?
Painful. It was really painful trying to get one. So early on, Mr. Fega was focused on that. We had multiple interviews and phone calls with people that were originally recommended to us over on the other coast. I want to say like one was in Delray Beach. And basically everybody told us we can only have a certain amount of cases. We're at our max capacity. Call us. The 3 women that we had interviewed and talked to that we really liked were like, hey, we're at our max right now, but try again. We'll let you know if one falls off. Then we hired Cynthia O'Shea.
Okay.
Was the first one that actually got on the case.
Okay. And she was the first mitigation expert that became involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And from the way you're describing it, it sounds like in these initial stages, Mr. Faga was very involved with trying to find a mitigation specialist. Is that correct?
Yes, he did all of the interviewing in that beginning.
Okay. And how long did Ms. O'Shea work on the case?
I'm not sure. It was a couple months, probably a little bit longer than that.
Okay. And why did she stop being a mitigation specialist on the case?
She had billing issues with the JAC, and she was no longer allowed to continue with the case through the JAC.
Okay. So the firm had to restart the process again?
Yes.
Okay. And did the firm eventually hire Ms. Donna Murray?
Yes.
Okay. And when did the firm hire Ms. Donna Murray to be involved in the case?
I don't know exact dates. I know that we tried to get those ladies back again that we had previously interviewed. We called them again, and then we ended up with Donna Murray. I would say maybe, I don't know, August of the year, maybe August of 2018,
Okay. Roughly August of 2018.
I'm guessing.
So it was right before trial was set to be.
It was shortly, yes. We were definitely panicked about it. It was close to trial.
Okay. And during this time period and during the pendency of the case, were there still attempts made by the firm to collect mitigation information and interview witnesses to prepare for the penalty phase?
Yes, so Cindy O'Shea had given us kind of like her initial documents. So myself and Al Olson tried to chase down all the documents and that kind of thing to make it easier for whomever took over.
Okay. And when you say that you and Al Olson went to go chase these documents, what did you do? What efforts did you make?
So I know Al Olson went at Thanksgiving time, 2017. There was depositions being done in Missouri. He went to Missouri and interviewed witnesses. I know that in 2018, I went to Missouri myself to get a bunch of records. That was in May. We were having difficulties with people responding appropriately to getting records and the back and forth with different court systems and that kind of thing. So I flew out to Missouri myself to get them.
Okay. So you were very involved in the mitigation process.
Yes.
Okay. And when Ms. Murray joined the team so late in the game, did you provide Ms. Murray the documents that she needed?
They were all through the Dropbox.
They were all through the Dropbox. Were there issues with the Dropbox?
She claimed there was. I had never had anybody else have issues with the Dropbox.
Okay. But she had issues accessing the information?
She had sent us an email saying that the Dropbox link was empty. She couldn't access it. It wasn't a good link.
Okay. Did she also raise concerns about the length of time before trial that she had to work?
I think right at the end, right before she left, that was her reasoning of not staying on the case, was that this was just too quick and there wasn't enough time.
Okay, and there was email correspondence regarding this?
Yes.
Okay, and you would respond to Ms. Murray regarding her concerns?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the primary person responding to Ms. Murray?
Yes. I know the final response, Mike and I had talked about it, and then I sent the final response to her.
Okay, and that was ultimately to cut her out of the case?
Well, she was the one who said she wasn't going to move forward because she didn't have enough time.
Okay. Would it be fair to state that you liaised a lot with the mitigation experts in this case?
Yes.
And is that because, as part of your role in the office as the administrator, you organized the records?
I did a lot of the scheduling, organizing of records, keeping of all the discovery, that kind of thing.
Okay. And speaking of the collecting of records and the organizing of records, how did the firm do that? Was there a specialized room where the physical records were kept in?
So we had a room that was all just those files that was locked. and it was only the hard copies. And then we also kept in there the original. At the time, we would get the discovery from the state on CDs. And so we'd keep all the original CDs in the way that they came from the state. So I would take them and then put them on a hard drive when we get them, and then those original CDs were also kept in that room.
Okay. And placing the information on hard drives, was that to make it easier to locate the information?
So I organized it in my own fashion, not the way the state gave it to us. So we separated out the documents, retitled them, and I had like a working hard drive so that we still had all the original data. And then and all of it was also on a backup on Dropbox.
And if any of your experts requested information, would you give it to them physically or digitally?
Everything was in Dropbox, but if they requested anything additional, like sometimes they would say like, I can't find this, and I would typically do it digitally. I think Al Olson would come to the office a lot because he liked the hard copies, so he would work out of the office a lot of times, but everybody else was pretty much digitally.
Okay. And when Mr. Mazzore became actively involved, did he have access to the records at your office?
Absolutely.
Okay. Was he also given records digitally?
Yes.
Once Mr. Mazzore became more actively involved in the case and Mr. Vega passed, how did the trial team function and the office function at that point with respect to the Sievers case?
So Mr. Mazzore would come to the office, like when we tried to have pretty regularly scheduled meetings with the whole team. So Al Olson, Marie Olson, Mr. Mazzore. Eventually we added on a mitigation specialist, Mr. Giordano, myself, Mike. We would have like a pretty regular all office meeting. But like the day-to-day stuff was handled typically by Mike and I. And then I remember like he would leave court, Mr. Mazzore would leave court and be like, hey, can I come by the office? And yeah, and so he would just come by.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Mazzore regularly keep contact with the mitigation experts in this case, or was that all handled through you?
I think not with Cindy O'Shea. I don't think he had any contact. Maybe once with Donna Murray, but he did with Jeff Giordano, I know for a fact.
Okay. And ultimately, was Jeff Giordano the final mitigation specialist that your firm hired on this case?
Yes.
Okay. And was he one of the experts that you had attempted to contact previously, or did he come from another list of experts?
We did not try to contact him immediately. He came from the JAC's list of people.
Okay. And once Mr. Giordano was on the case and became involved, what did he do as a mitigation specialist on the case?
So we gave him Cindy O'Shea's, Donna Murray's records, all the records I obtained. He had access to the Dropbox as well. I know that he interviewed Mr. Sievers several times. He interviewed a series of witnesses in the family that we had asked him to interview. I don't really know. He was kind of hard to keep track of what he was. He didn't work as directly with me. Once he took over the mitigation, it wasn't as direct until we'd have those meetings. So like I wouldn't know who he was interviewing or that kind of thing on a day-to-day basis. But then when we would meet, he would give his updates.
Would it be fair to say that the collaborative atmosphere that had prevailed under Mr. Faga kind of disappeared afterwards, once he was gone?
I think the collaborative effort became more of Mike and I, and Al Olson. It was very, very involved. I think it became more of us. It was like a smaller group than what we originally had. And then right before trial, everybody worked together before we had on those final preparations.
All right. And were there other experts hired on this case?
Yes.
Was there a crime scene expert hired on this case?
Yes.
And who was that?
J.D. Thomas?
And what was the purpose of Mr. Thomas's involvement in the case?
The initial idea was to give him all the crime scene photos, and Mr. Fega had said day one that he did not believe that the story, the narrative matched the forensics. So we wanted to see what a crime scene expert would say. And then eventually, as Curtis Wainwright was making his statements, we wanted him to disprove those statements with forensics.
Okay. And do you recall when you hired Mr. Thomas?
I don't.
Okay. Is Mr. Thomas someone Mr. Fega used previously, or was he recommended?
I think I met him at one of the Life Over Death conferences.
Okay. And that's how he eventually became involved in this case?
Yes, I asked around and everybody said he was great to use him.
And did you contact him on behalf of the attorneys?
Yes.
And did Mr. Mummert speak with Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. How many conversations?
I remember one right leading up to a trial, and then I think we had like a few where I was talking to him and Mike would come participate in the conversation, but like I remember them having one meeting.
Okay. And the reason behind getting Mr. Thomas involved was because Mr. Fega felt that Mr. Wright's statements did not fit what he was seeing in the crime scene and the forensics.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Fega said in the beginning that the police narrative did not fit the crime scene. That was before Mr. Wright even started making statements. So Mr. Fega did not believe in the beginning that the forensics and the narrative were matching.
And what information did your firm develop from Mr. Thomas?
That the narrative did not match the crime scene.
Now, was he ultimately used at trial?
No.
Okay. And do you recall why not?
Mr. Mummert made that decision at trial. He believed that the detectives themselves gave enough information. I believe one of the detectives testified something like, yeah, he thought it was bizarre that there wasn't the same amount of blood spatter that you would have expected to see, or he thought that he got enough out of the detectives that he chose not to call him.
Okay. And this was a decision made at trial?
Yes.
And was Mr. Thomas under subpoena at the time?
No, we had just told him, hey, we might be going to trial. He had a conflicting date too. He was trying a case. He was in a trial up in North Florida at the time. I don't remember where, but I stayed in contact with him through phone communication.
Okay. Were there other experts hired to look at this case for mitigation purposes?
Mitigation, yes.
And do you recall who those experts were?
We had a mental health expert. Can't remember his name. He was a doctor. I can see him. I don't remember his name. He's out of Arizona, though, out of Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay. Did this doctor evaluate Mr. Sievers?
Yes.
Okay. And was this done confidentially, or did you list him as a witness?
I think he was eventually listed as a witness.
Ultimately, was this person used at trial?
No.
And was that Mr. Mummer's decision?
I think him and Mr. Masor made that decision.
recall if there were ever any discussions during the team meetings to try and speak with Mr. Rogers.
I remember Mike asking Kathleen in like a passive, like, is your client gonna let me talk to him type thing, like a more of like a joking, passing type conversation. And she was like, no. But there was never like an actual discussion to talk to him.
Okay. And regarding, you testified earlier that Mr. Mummert and Ms. Fitzgeorge were working together in preparation for trial, but ultimately this case was severed. Did Mr. Mummert know Ms. Fitzgeorge would be filing to sever the case?
No.
Okay. Did that come as a surprise to the trial team?
Yes, we did not know that that was filed in Mr. Rogers' case. We just saw the order come across from the judge that the case was severed, and then we pulled Mr. Rogers' docket and saw that there was a motion.
Okay. Up until that point, what was the understanding of what was going to happen at trial with Mr. Rogers and Mr. Sievers?
So I think the plan was that they were handling more of like that forensics piece as it pertained to Jimmy Rogers' case, more so than it pertained to Mr. Sievers' case. So they had their experts. We were kind of relying on Mr. Mummert was more focused on the conspiracy piece of it than the forensics piece.
So at some level, some of the forensics and the development of that evidence, Mr. Mummert was relying on what was coming out of Jimmy Rogers' case.
Yes.
And ultimately, Mr. Rogers' case went first, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Mummert send anybody to attend that trial?
I attended the trial.
Okay. On behalf of Mr. Mummert?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take notes at the trial?
Yes.
Was there ever discussion at the office of obtaining transcripts from that trial to prepare for Mr. Sievers' trial?
Yes, I believe we ordered several transcripts.
Okay. And did you also attend along with Mr. Mummert the deposition of Curtis Wayne Wright?
Yes.
And were there discussions about obtaining those depositions?
We obtained those.
Were there discussions at the team meetings about how to handle Mr. Wright's testimony at trial?
Yes.
Was Mr. Mazzori involved in those conversations?
Towards the end, he was, like right before trial, he did participate, but not in the beginning when we first, so we did it visually first and, kind of wrote it out, and then we started developing the questions using the depositions, and I think he came in after that initial development of that.
Okay. And did he help Mr. Mummert and provide insight as to how to properly attack and impeach Mr. Wright's testimony?
Not that I recall.
Did Mr. Mazzori also provide insights as to the jury selection on this case? What was his participation for that?
So I know he participated. He was at the table with Mr. Mummert. We had sheets that were developed. I don't think he did those as well. I think he took his own notes, but he communicated with Mike about it.
Okay. And how did Mr. Mummert prepare for jury selection on this case?
So we took, at one of the life over deaths, I don't know what the method's called now. I want to say the Morgan method, but at the time it was the Colorado method. So we went and took those seminars. And then we did like mock jury so he could practice it. And then we developed I don't know if you want to call it like a score sheet, like it was like a one-page sheet that we would all fill out to get that to the rating system. And so we all practiced that to make sure that we were kind of aligned in the same scaling.
And that is what Mr. Mummert used ultimately at trial?
Yes.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Would it be fair to say, Ms. Wood, that you were the main point of contact for a lot of the experts, between the experts and the office on the team?
Yes.
Okay. Did you sort of act like a filter or a conduit for those individuals to the lawyers?
Sure. Yeah, that's
But obviously, whatever was done with those experts would be done at the behest of the attorneys.
yes, and they were always copied on all communication and
So they were always aware of what communications were going on.
yes.
And with respect to Mr. Giordano, is he based in Miami or was at the time?
Yes.
Okay. How did he participate in the team meetings?
So he came in right at the end to prepare the mitigation. So leading up to the trial, we prepared like an initial mitigation packet presentation. And then after the conviction, after he was found guilty, we spent a lot of time with Mr. Giordano preparing for the next phase. So he was present there. We created PowerPoints. We put together witness questions. We prepared the whole piece.
Okay. And all of this preparation was done to assist Mr. Missouri in the presentation of the penalty phase?
Yes.
And at that time, Mr. Giordano would come all the way from Miami in person to assist with this?
Yes.
Okay. And he assisted in putting together what you described as a mitigation package,
Yes.
including a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Was this PowerPoint presentation ultimately used at the penalty phase?
No.
Did Mr. Missouri decide not to use it at trial?
Literally minutes before we walked out here, he decided not to use the PowerPoint or the outline that we had developed.
Okay. Did he participate in the development of that presentation?
So we developed it, Mr. Giordano and I developed it, and then he had I think his name was Jose, maybe. I'm guessing on his name, but another gentleman that worked with Mr. Giordano's office that came over and helped with like the graphics of it or whatever, because we had older pictures, so we needed to change that. So he helped with that piece of it, and then we brought Mr. Missouri in after that was all developed. He had us make changes to it. We moved slides for better flow or whatever, and he was involved in that, but not the actual development of it.
But he did have input as to how it would look like, how it would flow.
The flow, yes.
Okay. And in this PowerPoint presentation, what information was being conveyed?
It was a timeline of Mr. Sievers' entire life, from childhood, living in the islands with his dad while his dad was in medical school, to his parents' separation, all the way through college, having children, the whole timeline.
So it was a step-by-step presentation of who Mr. Sievers was.
Yes.
And do you recall what the main theme of the mitigation that was going to be presented at trial?
So we didn't have any of the statutory mitigators, so we tried to really focus on his life, that, you know, he was a good family man, that he was a good father, that he gave back to the community. He did a lot of charity stuff with his daughters. It was really focused on that, but it gave the whole picture of his life.
Okay.
Divorced parents. Yeah.
Did Mr. Mastori use any of that information at the penalty phase?
No.
If I may have just one more moment.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Ms. Wood, good to see you. It's been a while.
See you.
So let me just first, I want to clarify for the record the use of the title paralegal. Is your job title paralegal, or are you a Florida certified paralegal?
Job title is paralegal.
So you're not a bar certified
No.
paralegal, okay. Is it safe to say that you were very involved in Mr. Sievers' defense?
Yes.
You were interfacing with the defense attorneys. You were, yes?
Yes.
You were interfacing with the defense experts.
Yes.
You were interfacing with the Rogers defense team.
Yes.
You're even interfacing with me and my staff at my office on a regular basis, right?
We did a lot of arguing about discovery, yes.
And you challenged us to make sure we were producing it the way you needed it produced, and we challenged you to take it the way we were giving it to you, right?
Yeah, we did a lot of that.
We did a lot of that. Ultimately, you were able to get all the discovery from us,
Yes.
and you were able to provide all the discovery for use by the attorneys in the firm.
Yes.
Mr. Mummert and Mr. Fega both understood clearly that they weren't death qualified, right? And they explained that to Mr. Sievers.
Yes.
Mr. Sievers understood that.
Yes.
They were very upfront with him and with the court about their qualifications, right?
Yes.
There was nothing about it that was hidden, correct?
Correct.
And despite all of that, again, Mr. Sievers wanted to keep the team.
Yes.
And the team sought out assistance in defending a death penalty case, right?
Yes.
Was it FIU law that they went to?
That sounds right.
Right, sounds about right. Spoke to some professors at FIU law, right?
Yes.
Spoke to, you mentioned earlier that Mr. Mummert spent some time talking to Ms. Fitzgeorge, who has a very distinguished death penalty trial record, right?
Yes.
And you said we went to life over death. Now, does that mean the firm went, or you went along with the attorneys?
Al Wilson went. So the first year it was Mr. Fega. He was alive and well. Mr. Fega, Al Olson, I think maybe even Marie Olson went, myself, Mr. Mummert. That was who went to the
So-
first one, and I don't remember the second one. I think Tony was sick at that point and didn't go with us, but Al, Mike, and I went.
So not only did Mr. Mummert and Mr. Fega go as the attorneys, but the non-attorneys, yourself, Mr. Olson, Mrs. Olson, also went.
I can't remember if Marie also went or not, but yes, we did.
And you were able to apply some of the principles that you learned at this seminar to your defense of Mark Sievers, right?
Absolutely.
Mr. Mummert and Mr. Fega consulted with and hired mitigation experts.
Yes.
Mr. Mummert and Mr. Fega consulted with and hired a crime scene expert.
Yes.
Mr. Mummert and Mr. Fega consulted with and hired, I think it was Dr. Underwood to do,
That's it.
Dr. Underwood from Phoenix, right?
Yes.
To do the mental evaluation of Mr. Sievers.
Yes.
And again, the purpose of that was to find out if there was any information to assist in mitigation for Mr. Sievers, right?
Correct.
Mr. Mummert participated in depositions of not only the state's experts, but as well as when the state deposed the Rogers experts. Mr. Mummert participated in those depositions, right?
I'm not sure if he participated in all of them, but I know that we made an attempt to go to all of those.
And when y'all went to Missouri, did y'all go on your own dime, or did you have court funds to pay for that trip to Missouri?
We went on our own dime.
So you went on your own dime to find documents to not only investigate, but to potentially be able to present in court in Mr. Sievers' defense if necessary.
Yes.
And Mr. Olson interviewed potential mitigation witnesses in Missouri.
Yes, he interviewed several witnesses.
Or trial witnesses.
For both. Yeah, it was purpose was for both.
So, Ms. Murray, and both you and Ms. Murray have said that there was an issue, whatever the issue was, with her Dropbox link. Now, were you the person who was in charge of farming out the Dropbox links to the appropriate experts?
Yes.
Were you pretty adept at using Dropbox?
Used it a lot in that case.
And did you have to become very adept with working with digital files, PDFs, and things like that?
Yes.
You provide the Dropbox information to J.D. Thomas, and he was able to use it, right?
Correct.
You provided Dropbox information to the gentleman from Miami, Mr. Giordano, and he was able to use that, right?
Correct.
And did you also provide the Dropbox information to Cindy O'Shea,
Yes.
and she was able to access that?
Yes.
So somehow Miss Murray was the only person who seemed to have that problem.
Correct.
When she discovered the problem, did she immediately inform you about the problem, or was there some delay?
I believe there was a delay, but that was a communication barrier apparently between her and I.
Safe to say, to this day, you don't agree with Miss Murray's exit from the case and her reasons why.
Correct.
If Miss Murray needed documents, discovery, or anything from your office to enable her to prepare Mr. Sievers' mitigation, would you have attempted to obtain that for her?
Absolutely.
Did you also spend a lot of time talking to Mr. Sievers about the case?
Yes.
Now, is it safe to say also that Mr. Mummert, once the experts were briefed and supplied with documents, that he expected them to do the work on their own?
Yes.
Mr. Mummert wasn't necessarily into hand-holding the experts, right?
No, he's not a hand-holding kind of lawyer.
Not the hand-holding kind of guy.
I am.
But so once they were employed and given the documents, he expected them to go do the work and report back on what they found, right?
Correct.
And he used you as the liaison between him and the experts.
Correct.
So the fact that Mr. Giordano took his mitigation packet that was provided to him and Mr. Mummert maybe didn't know what he was doing with it, it wasn't a problem for Mr. Mummert, right? As long as Mr. Giordano reported back.
Yeah, I would say that's correct.
Mr. Mummert was ready and able to call Mr. Thomas as a witness at trial, right?
Yes,
He made a tactical decision not to.
correct.
And let me double back. I think I passed the subject here, talking about jury selection. Not only were you present here when we did I think in that seat over there, when we did the Rogers trial, you were also present here for the Sievers trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to provide advice and assistance to the defense team you were part of the defense team during the Sievers trial, right?
Correct.
Even though you weren't sitting in the well, you were participating in the defense, right?
Correct.
And you were able to provide your insights on jury selection as it occurred, right?
Yes, I sat back there under the AC vent.
Way in the back where it was cold.
Yes.
And it was up to the attorneys and Mr. Sievers to decide whether or not to use your insights, right?
Correct.
Despite the fact that, well, in fact, getting up to the severance, the defense teams up until the severance was filed, I'll say the parties had been planning to do a joint trial, right?
That was our belief, yes.
We collaborated on venari questions for the jury,
Yes.
right? We went back and forth on questions, planning for a joint trial, right? And so when the severance surprised Mr. Mummert, did he have time to adjust?
Not a lot of time.
Certainly it would have been a lot less time for him to adjust if the Sievers trial had started first in the beginning of October 2019 as opposed to the Rogers trial, right?
Yes.
And you said that at one of the death penalty seminars that you and the team attended, you learned the Colorado method of jury selection.
Yes, that's what it was called then. I think they've changed the name now.
We'll say whatever it's called.
Yes.
You learned the method that was being taught at one of the seminars.
Yes.
And the team worked with Mr. Mummert to practice this method.
Correct.
Only once?
No,
More than once.
absolutely.
And this was something Mr. Mummert and the team took seriously.
Yes.
So you spent a lot of time with Mr. Giordano working on this, and the other gentleman, I think you said his name was Jose something, working on this PowerPoint.
Correct.
You were very invested in the PowerPoint.
It told our whole timeline, so yes.
A little disappointed maybe that it wasn't used the way you thought it should have been used in the mitigation part of the trial.
Yeah. Yes.
But in fact, Mr. Masori did review the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
He knew what was in it, right? In fact, he used elements of the PowerPoint in mitigation, didn't he?
maybe some pictures that we had, like the larger blown up version of them, maybe some of those.
The pictures, the ones of him in the islands, Mr. Sievers,
Yes.
graduation pictures,
I don't remember about graduation pictures.
the family pictures.
Family pictures, yes.
So even though the PowerPoint wasn't used in its entirety, Mr. Masori knew what was in it and was able to incorporate elements of it into his defense, right?
Not in its entirety, no. There was large portions of that that were not used.
I used the word elements. He was able to incorporate parts of it. I'll
Yes.
use a better word, parts of it into his defense.
Yes.
Certainly you would have liked to have seen the whole thing used, right?
Yes.
You put a lot of work into it.
Had nothing to do with the work being put in.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Defense.
Briefly, Your Honor. Now, as you testified to the case, you liaised a lot with the experts, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would convey to the attorneys what those experts were saying, what they were reporting back.
Yes.
And they were always, if it was an email communication, they would always be copied, correct?
Correct.
And in this matter, with Mr. J.D. Thomas, did he provide useful information for the Sievers defense?
Yes.
But ultimately, Mr. Mummer opted not to use him.
Correct.
Now, would it be fair to say that you learned a lot about mitigation as this particular case went on?
Yes, I knew nothing in the beginning.
Okay. Did Mr. Mummer know a lot about mitigation prior to getting on this case?
He knew that it was required, but and I think a generalized idea, but until we went to that first life over death, I don't think either of us were truly, same with Mr. Fega. I don't think any of us really knew.
So it would be fair to say that you learned a lot about what kind of information needed to be developed in mitigation while this case was pending?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to a lot of trainings for that?
Yeah, we went to the life over death.
Yes. And you said that you went to the life over death more than once while this case was pending?
Yes.
And now, as part of your duties with record keeping, you testified earlier that you would receive the records, you would maintain a copy of the records as they were, but then you would organize the records in a certain fashion. Did you ever rename the records or the files?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the naming conventions in the Sievers case relating to the records or files? Like, how would you label them?
So I would typically label what it was and then what the bait stamps were, because we had a lot of issues where, like, we'd say that we were missing things, and so we'd get like a new discovery dump, for lack of better terms. And when we get that, I would try to track the baits to make sure that it was all the same exact stuff that we had gotten before. And then we had like a log, created a spreadsheet log, so it was how the state had it labeled and then how we relabeled it. And then if it was reviewed by Mike or not, so he knew what he had reviewed and what he hadn't. But it would typically be like whatever the document was, and then it was separated by each thing. So when we would get it from the state, it would be like pages 2,000 to 6,000, and it's a little bit of everything combined in it. So we would separate it out, and I would separate those files into separated. These are photos, these are phone records, these are each of the individual things.
Okay. So in other words, this was a very voluminous case.
Yes.
And the way you broke it down was to assist Mr. Mummert in his review.
Yes, and the experts.
Okay, and the experts. And you would clearly label if it was a crime scene report.
Yes.
So there would be no mistaking as to what they actually obtained through the drop
Correct.
boxes.
Correct.
Okay. And obviously, you would also maintain a list of what you gave the experts.
I don't think I maintained a list of what I gave them as much as I gave them access to the Dropbox, and so I could see when they would open, like, their little pictures, like the picture of them, it would say, like, last viewed on with, like, their little icon.
Okay, so you could track to see who accessed it and when.
Yes.
Now, you also testified that Mr. Mummert did a lot of preparation for jury selection and did almost like mock jury selections.
Yes.
And that was to familiarize himself with the jury selection method that was being taught at the time.
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Missouri participate in this preparation?
No.
Okay. So he did not participate in the mocks to assist Mr. Mummert on this?
No.
Okay. But he was present during jury selection to give his insights?
Yes.
Now, was now, I believe you testified earlier that that once Mr. Fega passed away, it sort of became a much smaller circle of people who would meet and collaborate on the Mr. Sievers case. Is that correct?
Yes.
It would be mainly yourself, Mr. Mummert, and Mr. Olson,
Yes.
and Mr. Giordano at one point.
In the mitigation phase, yes.
Yeah. And that was closer towards trial.
Right before trial and then after the first phase of trial.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Missouri wasn't always present for all of those meetings?
No, he was not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that he was a little less involved than Mr. Mummert?
Absolutely.
Objection. That one's leading.
Sustained.
What do you recall was the level of Mr. Missouri's participation in those meetings?
So when he did come to those meetings, he was more focused on the mitigation aspect of it, so he didn't really participate much up until right before trial. And then it was kind of like, we already had our binders prepared, we already had our witnesses, you know, what we planned to talk about the witnesses, we already had the exhibits, so he just kind of reviewed with us right before trial.
So from what you observed, he reviewed items prior to trial, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But in the preparation, he wasn't nearly as involved.
Correct.
And you also testified regarding the slideshow when Mr. Hunter was questioning you, that there were portions of the slideshows that were not used.
Correct.
And I believe you characterized it as large portions. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
State.
Nothing further from the state.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
Released.
Agree?
Agreed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're free to go. How many witnesses do you have left for today?
We have two witnesses and then Mr. Rogers.
Okay. Your next witness, I'm assuming, is longer than 10 minutes.
Potentially, and I would ask the court for me to check if they're there and talk to them for a few minutes anyway.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, should we break for lunch now, or do
This
you want to?
this might be a good time to break for lunch.
Agree?
Agreed, Your Honor.
What do you think? 1:15? 1:15?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You should give everyone enough time.
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
see everybody then.
I will be proceeding without him in the event that he's been asked to go first with his 1:30 hearing. In the event that he does not return before Mr. Rogers is called, we would be asking for a break, but in terms of the next two witnesses, the state is good to proceed without him.
I see the defense, you're missing one attorney as well.
Yes, Mr. Lobianco is speaking with Mr. Rogers. We are okay to proceed without him.
Okay. You agree with that, Mr. Sievers? Well, let you get your headset on, and let me know when you're ready. Mr. Sievers, one of your attorneys is in the back talking to Mr. Rogers. Are you in agreement with proceeding without him present, or would you like to wait till he's present?
I guess we'll proceed with if that's what they want to do.
Well, I'll let you talk to your attorneys about it, sir, and if you agree, then we will proceed. If not, we'll just wait. We got plenty of time anyways.
We're fine to go on without it, sir.
You're in agreement with proceeding without him present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, absolutely. Then. Who's your next witness?
Jenny Weckelman?
Okay.
Jenny?
Sure.
If you can stand here, ma'am,
Right here.
raise your right hand and face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Please take a seat.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name?
Jenny Weckelman, Jennie Weckelman.
And what is your relationship with Mark?
I'm his stepmother.
How long have you known him for?
Oh, since about 1980,
Okay, so it's a 45 years.
quite a while.
Did Mr. Sievers ever reside with you?
Yes.
From what ages?
He was probably about 10 or 12, something like that, till 16, 17.
Would you say you have a close relationship with him?
Yes.
I want to go back in time a little bit to Mark's original trial. Do you recall testifying at the penalty phase of that trial?
I do.
Do you recall why you were asked to testify?
It was about mitigation.
And what was your understanding of mitigation?
Well, mitigating the reasons why he might have committed a crime.
Is that something that Mr. Sievers' attorneys explained to you, or is that something you found out on your own?
A lot I found out about mitigation was on my own.
In preparation for your testimony, did you meet with anybody on the trial team
At that time?
at that time?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
I think that, well, Tony originally, I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name at the moment.
Is it Mr. Faga? Does that ring a bell?
Faga, yeah, Faga. Tony Faga, Mike Mummert, Jen Mummert, and Masori, Greg Masori, and there was another somebody in there, I don't remember.
How many times did you meet with Mr. Masori?
Twice, probably.
And do you recall how long those meetings were?
No, I don't really. Not very. They weren't very memorable.
How many times would you meet with Mr. Mummert?
Maybe 3 or 4 times throughout the trial, or before the trial.
Who would you say you met with the most?
Jennifer, his wife,
And
assistant.
did she have a role in the law office?
Pardon?
Did she have a role in the law office?
Yes, she was his assistant,
Okay.
a legal assistant.
Were you Were you prepared for your testimony?
Prepared? Not really.
Let me ask it more detailed. Did you ever have a meeting before you testified to go over the parameters of your testimony and what you would be testifying to?
Yes, it was kind of explained.
You say kind of explained.
Well, it's kind of it's a complicated subject, even what I learned about it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was kind of vague about what it was I was testifying to.
Okay. And when you had that meeting about what you would be testifying to, who did you meet with specifically about in that meeting?
The only one I really remember quite well is we met in Mummert's office, and I believe that Greg Masori was there briefly. Jeff Giordano was there. He was part of the mitigation team, and we were putting together some kind of a slideshow about Mark's life.
Did Mr. Masori ever explain to you what you would be asked at trial or for your testimony?
He showed me a couple documents, asked me if I remembered them. I said yes, and that was about it.
Did he ever go over anything else in any detail?
No.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Do you know if either Jen or Mr. Masori and Mr. Mummert were putting together a presentation for trial?
Yes, that was the most of it.
Did you provide any materials for that?
Photographs, yes.
Photographs? Okay.
Photographs of Mark's life.
I'll pass witness.
State.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you.
You were married to Michael Sievers,
I was.
and Michael Sievers is Mark's father.
That's correct.
When you met Michael, he was a veterinarian.
He was.
He had his own practice.
He did.
And Mark Sievers was a boy when you married his father, right?
Sure was.
Did you love Mark Sievers as your own child?
I did.
You considered him your son?
I do.
You still do?
Of course.
You watched him graduate from college?
Yes.
Were you proud of him?
I was.
That was the University of Missouri?
Yes.
In fact, during trial, do you remember testifying about a picture that you took of him when he was graduating?
I can see that I might have. I don't really remember it.
Okay. When you talked about putting the slideshow together with different pictures, could a graduation picture have been one of the pictures that you
yes.
would have provided? And could a picture of your life on the islands have been an additional picture that you maybe would have provided?
I'm sure it was.
And is that something that you would have discussed with defense counsel?
Discuss just what it was. I think he was trying to put together some kind of a narrative.
Yes. And so, going back to your understanding of what your role was, is it fair to say that you knew you would be testifying about your relationship with Mark Sievers?
Yes.
Were you asked to tell the truth?
Yes.
You were going to talk about the memories that you had of him?
More like a timeline, yes.
Okay. So you knew that you were going to go over a timeline
Yes.
of his life?
Of our life, yes.
As that related to your life as well, your relationship together?
Yes.
From the time that you met him as a boy through present day?
Yes.
Were you also able to provide information about the different jobs that Mark Sievers had worked over the years?
Yes, I do remember that.
He worked at a casino.
Yes,
He worked as a licensed nurse. Is that correct?
briefly, yes.
And you also shared information about a nickname that he had while he was working. Do you remember that?
That's hard to forget, yes.
And that nickname is Smiley
That's correct.
because of his happy disposition. Is that correct?
Because he showed me his badge and it said that on there.
Yes. So that's something that you shared with the jury during his trial.
Yes,
And that was part of your timeline that you presented to Mr. Sievers' attorney
yes,
and his staff. You also talked about and testified about Mark Sievers as a father,
yes,
your observations of him with his girls. You talked about his love for his children
yes,
and also their love for him.
yes,
Now, your daughter also testified during Mark Sievers' trial. Is that correct?
she did.
She was close with him, right?
Yeah, she's very fond of Mark.
She loved him like a brother.
She did.
Would it be fair to say, as a child and young adult, Mark Sievers received a lot of support from his family?
I think so.
I have no further questions.
Thanks.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
She could be released.
Agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Bonnie Sievers.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please take a seat. Need a hit? With the chair?
Yeah.
No, sit down. Sit.
Oh, wow. Oh my God, Six Flags. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Sievers. Can you please state and spell your name?
Bonnie, B-O-N-N-I-E, Rita, R-I-T-A, Sievers, S as in Sam, I-E, V as in Victor, E-R-S.
And what is your relationship to Mr. Sievers?
I'm his mother.
Ms. Sievers, I want to go back to Mr. Sievers' original trial. Were you asked to testify at the penalty phase of that trial?
I was asked to testify, yeah.
Were you aware of what you would be testifying to?
No.
Do you recall, let me scratch up. Prior to your testimony, did you meet with any of Mr. Sievers' attorneys?
Mostly, before the trial, Jen, Mike Mummert's wife. That was the one we had most everything with.
Do you recall meeting with Mr. Missouri?
Who?
Greg Missouri?
If I did, I don't recall it.
Okay. Did you recall meeting with Mr. Mummert?
Maybe once or twice, not often.
Were you ever, did anyone ever explain to you what you would be testifying to?
Not really. I mean,
You say not really.
Okay.
Did anyone explain the types of questions they would be asking of you?
they didn't say anything about the type of questions. Oh,
What did they say?
one thing was, well, they may want to prove that due to Mark's upbringing or whatever, something would have happened, and that's why he is the way he is now. And I said, that's not true.
Did anyone ever go over the term mitigation with you?
Not, that was what they kind of was saying mitigation was. And that is not true.
Who did you meet with most of the time?
Jen Wood.
Hey, one moment. Do you recall if Mark's attorneys were putting together any kind of presentation for the trial?
There was talk about a presentation of different pictures of Mark.
Were you asked to assist with that at all?
I wasn't there when they were putting it together. I don't think I was there then.
Did they ask you to contribute at all?
Maybe I would have give some pictures, but my whole thinking is if there was anything that was, I might have been asked. I'm really not sure because I was kind of nervous about the whole thing.
Did anyone go over the process with you about testifying?
Mummert might have said, just say yes or no. I mean, that was, sorry, I'm talking more. There was no...
Yeah, you had mentioned some things were explained to you loosely. The term mitigation was explained to you. Who explained that term to you?
I'm not sure if it was Mummert or some mitigation person, but it was mostly, well, we want to see what happened to Mark type of stuff. And I thought, my God, he had a normal childhood.
And who was asking you these questions?
I don't recall the name. I'm sorry.
Was it Mr. Masore?
I didn't even know that was his last name, so I guess not.
And it's fair to say that most of your contact was with Jennifer Mummert?
Yes.
I'll pass witness.
State.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Well,
Mark had a normal childhood.
yes,
He was loved.
very much.
He was in a stable home.
Yes.
Did you understand that your role during trial was to talk about your son?
Okay.
That's a yes or no question. Did you understand that you were going to be talking about your son during trial?
I don't know if it was actually explained that way.
Okay. But you did testify about your son during trial, is that correct?
Yes.
And you talked about your relationship with him.
Okay.
You talked about his childhood.
I talked a lot about a few things. I'm not really clear on actually every word I said. I didn't really watch afterwards to see what I said. So.
Okay. Do you recall testifying about Mark's interactions with your father?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about how Mark was a caretaker for your dad?
I hope I did, because he was. He gave him insulin shots every day. He took him on a cruise that Daddy always would have liked to have gone on, and they went on a Caribbean cruise. And Mark called him Pawpaw, and he was like 97 or so at the time. And when people, for his birthday, and everyone lined up, all the women on the cruise lined up to hug Pawpaw for his birthday. And my father, Daddy, just loved it. And Mark is loving, caring, which is what he does anyway.
And you were provided an opportunity to share that with the jury?
I hope I did. If not, I should have been asked.
Well, if I told you that the record reflected that you testified to those things, would you take issue with that?
No, I think that was true.
Okay. And do you recall also telling the jury that Mark was a good father?
He was a good father. I still don't recall everything I said. He was
Okay.
excellent.
He loved his girls?
He loved his girls.
They loved him?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, thank you.
Vince,
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
is this witness to be released or retained?
She could be released.
Agree?
Agreed.
Thank you, ma'am. You may
Thank
step
you.
down.
Thank you.
You guys need a few moments?
It's Mr. Lobianco.
If you need a break, just let me know, and we'll give you 10, 15 minutes if you need it. How much? 15? 10? 10, you got it. Brief recess, 10 minutes. It's your last witness, correct? Yes. Okay. All right, we'll be in recess. I can finish that bench. Ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can hear?
Yes, sir. I can.
Okay, excellent. For the record, Mr. Sievers is present, all three defense counsel, and both representatives of the state. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before we call Mr. Rogers, our defense is going to request that we go ahead and hold off on Mr. Rogers until tomorrow. I believe that there is a fair possibility that we would get through his direct today, but I believe that no matter what we get done today, it would be something that we would have to finish tomorrow. I believe we would be able to get it done in one shot if we began tomorrow rather than go into a further day. That's defense's request. I also understand that we do have some time left on the clock, and if the court's going to...
To your last witness?
He is, Your Honor.
Are there any witnesses from the state?
Judge, I mean, there could be rebuttal depending on what Mr. Rogers had a lot to say at his 2-hour deposition. So there could be rebuttal, but there might not be rebuttal. We just have to see what he says in court. We're ready to proceed. I'm in the position, I think I'm the only attorney who lives in this circuit, so the state isn't
You and I
paying
both.
for me to live here. I mean, it's for paying for me to stay here. So we're ready to proceed if the court's ready.
Well, I'm ready to proceed, but I don't know if it might be better to not break up his direct and cross as well. Do you agree or disagree?
I would disagree, Your Honor.
Well, I'm asking the state since they're the ones who...
Mr. Rogers was able to talk at his deposition. There weren't any rulings or objections or anything that were made during the deposition, and that took 2 hours. I think we can get through his direct and cross today. I don't know.
And cross.
Everything he said at deposition, I don't think would be admissible in this courtroom.
And not to keep going back and forth, I apologize, but I suspect that would be a factor that would prolong the direct today, things that he would potentially get into that withdraw objections or require sidebars to have the court determine whether or not we can proceed with the information that he's provided, or if he needs to be directed to tailor the scope of his responses.
Well, he's here. It's only, what, 2?
Correct.
2 o'clock. We can begin, I think. If you need a few more moments before we start, I'm happy to give that to you, though.
No, we can go ahead and get started then.
Okay. Mr. Rogers.
Defense counsel, Mr. Jimmy Ray Rogers.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. I'll ask that you have your responses be verbal for the purpose of the record.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hey. Could I trouble you to state your full name?
Jimmy Ray Rogers.
All right, and I know that there's some issues sometimes with that last name spelling. Spell the last name.
Rogers. Rodgers.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Rogers, how would you characterize the extent to which you know my client, Mr. Mark Sievers?
I would say that I know Hamid Hunter better than I know Mark Sievers, which is to say that I don't know him at all.
Okay. And let's keep responses responsive to the questions asked, please. So, Mr. Rogers, where are you from?
Paris, Missouri.
Okay. Have you lived in any other states?
Only while incarcerated.
You bring up an important point. Mr. Rogers, have you ever been convicted of a felony in any state or the federal system?
Yes, I have.
How many felonies have you been convicted of?
3.
Okay. And have you ever been, besides what brings us here today, have you ever been incarcerated?
Yes, I have.
And since you were 18, how many times have you been incarcerated? Excluding this.
Because I caught a probation violation on this, I would say twice.
Okay, okay. All right. And how old are you, Mr. Rogers?
I am 35.
And when these matters went to trial around 2019, how old were you?
2019, I would have been 29 years old.
And now, I know that you indicated that you don't know my client particularly well. How do you know my client?
I met him at Curtis Wainwright's wedding, as well as at the wedding party of Curtis Wainwright.
Well, let's talk about Mr. Curtis Wainwright, because I think he's the nexus here. How did you know how did you first meet Mr. Curtis Wainwright?
I was incarcerated with him in the inside of a county jail, which is also a federal hold facility in St. Genevieve, Missouri.
Okay. So you encountered him. Was he also an inmate there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And I guess, was he a bunkmate? Was he a podmate? How did you come to meet him there?
I got to know him. We were living inside of an open pod, and I don't know, Florida's kind of different, but inside of Missouri, it's segregated more or less by race where you're incarcerated. He was one of the only other white guys inside the pod that I was in.
Okay. And I guess, was your association with him any personal benefit to you?
Yes, it was, because he's got a background in martial arts, and I know him having 19-inch arms, being a 200-plus pound guy, it's a good guy to have on your side, at least in a county jail setting.
Can you recall, what's his stature? About how tall is he?
5'10".
Okay. How tall are you?
5'10".
Okay. Now, before we get more into you and Mr. Wainwright, let's talk about you before you were incarcerated. So you grew up in Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about your family, mom and dad.
My mom, she passed away when I was 9 years old of suicide. My father passed away whenever I was 17 of heart failure.
Okay. So, I guess from age 17, were you on your own? Did you have a guardian?
I was on my own. My brother was never actually appointed as my legal guardian. So I was just living at a house on my own at 17 years old.
Okay. So, well, let me ask about that. You mentioned a brother. Do you have any other siblings?
I got 2 half-sisters.
Okay. And are they in your life or in your family at all?
Lisa is, Jennifer not. I don't actually know my sister Jennifer. I've only met her a handful of times.
Okay. So, I guess, how old were you when you first met Mr. Wainwright?
I was 20 years old. I was 20 years old.
Okay, so you've been on your own for a little bit, got in trouble, get incarcerated. You meet Mr. Wainwright at that point.
Yes, sir.
How close were you with your brother once he came back to be with you after your parents died?
We, had been separated for many years, but me and my brother became pretty close.
Okay. And was he around when your father passed away?
No, he was in Iraq.
Okay. Was he in the military?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I guess, do you have much family at all before you go into jail and are incarcerated and meet Curtis Wainwright?
I have a bunch of people I'm related to, but not necessarily what I'd say family.
Okay, not a nurturing support system.
Exactly.
Okay. So, as how long were you and Mr. Wainwright incarcerated together?
Around a year.
Okay. And at the conclusion of that year, how did you part ways?
I went to prison, and then shortly thereafter, he went to state prison.
Okay.
And I had a pen pal that he had introduced me to, which was his cousin. So I continued writing her, and throughout the course of me writing his cousin, me and him stayed in contact.
Okay. And is that contact like through mail through the jail? Is he coming to visit you? How would you characterize this contact?
It was through the mail. Once he got out of prison, he would actually email me while I was in prison. His cousin, who was my pen pal, her and her mother, which is Wayne's aunt, actually came over to the state of Kansas to visit me while I was incarcerated. I stayed in contact actually with Wayne's mom, which is Chainwright. She wrote me for several years actually while I was incarcerated.
Okay. It sounds like, to the extent that you didn't have much of a family before you went in, after having met Curtis and coming out, you kind of had a substitute family sprout up around you. Would you agree with that, or am I going too far?
Going too far.
Okay, how would you characterize it?
I was friends with Curtis Wainwright, got to become friends of his family, as well as how I became friends with his wife's family, Angela Wright.
Okay. So, do you two, once you're released from prison and your sentence is done, or at least the incarcerative portion of the sentence is done, do you maintain any contact? Is he out of your life entirely? How do things progress from there?
Well, whenever I was leaving federal prison, I was actually supposed to be my approved home plan was actually Curtis Wainwright's address at his wife's, where he was, the woman he was married to before Angela Wright was my approved home plan. Because I was supposed to actually live with his cousin Christina, but because of where she was living at, I could not move in with her because I wouldn't be on the lease. So we was going to use Wayne's address as my release plan while I actually stay at her house.
Okay. So it sounds like he's kind of like enmeshing you within his family by making all of these different people available to you.
Objection. Counsel is testified.
Sustained.
Okay. Did Mr. Wainwright incorporate you into his family or his, I guess, community? As
I got to know many people that he knew.
Okay. So, once you are released from prison, Are you staying with Mr. Wainwright?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you staying on your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess while you were incarcerated, did you have any counseling or have access to any services for mental health?
Whenever I was at USP Leavenworth, they used to prescribe me Buspar.
Okay.
Say it again, please.
Buspar.
And would that be Buspar?
I don't know how to spell it.
Okay. Do you know the diagnosis for which you were given that medication?
PTSD.
Okay. How have you noticed your PTSD manifest to the extent that you have?
I have night sweats, night terrors.
Are there any things that are particular triggers for you?
Yes, lots of blood.
Okay. So, I guess, do you continue to receive any treatment or mental health supervision upon your release from prison?
My federal probation officer had me going to a place in Farmington, Missouri for counseling there.
Okay, like talk therapy?
Yes.
Okay. Any subsequent hospitalizations or medical interventions because of mental health?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So once you're on your own subsequent to your release, are you employed? How do you make ends meet?
I actually met a girl whenever I was getting ready to be released, fell in love, moved to her hometown, got a job working for a company called JV Contracting, stands for Juliet and Vincent. Because I didn't have a credit score at the time, he rented me a place that he owned and was just taking my rent out of my paycheck while I was working for him.
And I'm going to interject real quick. Who is the he and the him in this instance?
Tyler Juliet.
Okay, so another individual person.
The guy who I worked for, my employer.
Okay. And I guess from there, do you ever come into Curtis's orbit again?
Yes. Me and him
Let me ask real quick. Did you ever leave his orbit at any point from your release to eventually meeting up with him again?
Not really, because I moved 4 hours south of where I used to live.
Mm-hmm.
So the only person I even knew in the vicinity was Curtis Wainwright.
Okay. All right, so I guess you never left his orbit. How do you interact with him going forward? Because I imagine you don't need his protection anymore from other inmates, so there must be other bases for how you related.
We do a bunch of side jobs together, how I do commercial, residential, and industrial construction. Wayne collects a check for disability, so he does a bunch of cash jobs. Me not knowing the surrounding area or knowing the people, I just do work with him, installing flooring, painting houses, putting in windows, doors.
And is that the kind of work that you would also done through this JV
Contracting?
JV contracting?
Yes, sir. When I'm doing residential, because there's a residential side and a commercial side.
Okay. And so, yes, was employment for you more or less steady up through 2015?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yes, were you struggling to pay bills? Like how were you living financially?
I got all my bills super low, about 25–30% of my monthly income, actually.
Okay, you has to do with where you were living?
Yes, real estate's about location, location, location. I live in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. So, from that point, how in the world does Mark Sievers become involved in your life?
We just attended a wedding together.
Well, let's talk about that wedding. When was it roughly?
In May, beginning of May.
And help me out with the year.
2015.
Okay. So, who was getting married?
Curtis Wainwright.
To whom?
Angela, I don't know what her last name was at the time, actually. It's Angela right now, but.
Angela right now. Right now. Okay. And I guess prior to that, had you ever seen or met Mark?
No, I had not.
Okay. When do you first see or meet Mark in relation to the wedding festivities?
He was the last guy to show up to the wedding party. We were all waiting on him to show up. That way we could go to the bar. But with him being the best man, nobody wanted to go to the bar until he showed up.
Okay, so let me ask about that. Where are you waiting for his arrival?
We're all at Curtis Wainwright's house, just partying, drinking.
And this is pre-wedding festivities that everyone's participating in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned everyone was waiting for Mark. Can you explain that a little bit? Why were they waiting for him, and where were they going to go upon his arrival?
We were supposed to leave from Wayne's house to go to a bar. Angela Wright already had people there that were supposed to be meeting us. There were supposed to be more people that was going to be attending the wedding that was already at the bar. So essentially this is the beginning party at the house, drink before you go to the bar. We were just waiting for him to show up.
Okay. Do you see him show up?
Yes, sir.
So you personally witnessed him arrive at that location?
No, I just witnessed him come into the house at that location.
So subsequent to his arrival, he walked into the home?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying this. I was in the home at the party when our Mark came into the door of the home where the party is taking place.
Thank you very much. I guess during this time, how big is this place where this party is going on?
It's a single wide trailer, and there's probably, I don't know, 12 to 15 people.
Okay. So I guess did you have, whether or not you were staring at him, did you have line of sight on where Curtis was during these festivities?
For the most part, we would go outside to smoke. So some people would go outside, but in and out. But otherwise, it's a small trailer.
Okay.
You essentially got a living room and a kitchen that's open, conjoined together. That's where everybody's at, unless you're outside smoking.
So when Mark arrives, does everyone immediately pile into cars? Is everyone milling about? Describe what happens.
Mark showed up within, I'd say, another 10 to 20 minutes. We all left to go to the bar.
Okay. Within those 10 to 20 minutes, did you have an opportunity to see where Curtis was?
Yes.
Where was he?
Normally talking to Mark Sievers.
Okay.
They were outside with us while me and Taylor Showmaker were smoking and other people that was around.
Did you ever, or can you recall a point in time where Mark and Curtis went off somewhere separate from everywhere else?
No, that did not happen.
Well, so let me ask you though, did you have eyes on either or both of the men at all times during those 10 minutes?
I can't say at all time, but I can tell you that it's a tiny trailer, and I don't know, Wayne's getting married. It's essentially Wayne's party. Everybody's talking to him. Like, he's the focal point of everybody's attention the entire time.
Okay. And I guess, to what extent are you aware of where Mark's at during those 10 to 20 minutes?
It's a party. I'm just, don't know how you want me to say this. We're all gathered around outside, drinking beer, smoking cigarettes, sitting around on the porch. It's nice. It's cooler outside, actually, than it is inside, with the air conditioning being the way that it is. And it's hot. I don't know. So
Okay.
it's actually cool out.
Well, no, as you described it, it sounds like there's some people inside and some people outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the people who are inside, while you're outside smoking, were Mark and Curtis inside at the same time?
It was Angela Wright that was inside, along with her friends, putting on their makeup for us to go to the bar.
Okay. So, as best as you can recall, did you ever see Mark and Curtis go inside during that 10 to 20 minute window subsequent to Mark's arrival?
You mean our departure?
Subsequent to Mark's arrival at the party, where there's the 10 to 20 minutes.
I'm saying is, Mark showed up to a party that was already active.
Right.
As soon as he showed up, we were waiting on him to leave to go to the bar. And then we had to wait on the girls to do their makeup. We were all outside, and then we left to go.
Okay, so Mark arrives, wait for the ladies to finish getting ready.
And then
they
we leave.
finish, you leave. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this is the first time you meet Mark. What was your impression of him?
Objection, relevance.
Go ahead, sir.
I did not like him.
Okay.
He was that guy that likes to try to one-up you.
Okay. How do you mean?
my brief interactions that I had with him and the conversations that I had, they're at the party as well as they're at the bar. Just anytime that somebody brought something up, he was the guy that wanted to try to be better than you. Give an example is I was talking with Angela Wright's friend who has a car restoration business. While we were speaking about vehicles, somebody brought up the fact I used to own a couple C4 Corvettes. He immediately jumped in, wanted to make a big deal of the fact that he had a C5 Corvette and his was new whenever he bought his and owned his. Whenever I showed my scars on my arms from laying down my Harley, he jumped in and wanted to point out that his Harley Davidson that he has now is newer than the one I used to have. Then told me that, asked me what I ride. When I told him I no longer own a bike, he told me then don't talk about motorcycles if you don't ride.
Gotcha. Okay. And so at this point, everyone goes to the bar. I guess, did you interact with him besides what you've just described at the bar?
Not really. Tommy Martin, one of Wainwright's friends, somebody that I think, I don't know, has a pretty good character base, say. It's like Tommy told me that he didn't like Mark. That was the general census from a few other people, so I just pretty much avoided him.
Okay. And I guess, how long is everyone out at that bar?
I don't know, 2 a.m. when it finally closes down.
Okay. So it closes down. Where does everyone go? Where do you go to?
We all go back to Curtis Wainwright's house.
Okay, when you say we all go, who do you mean?
Tommy Martin, his wife Jennifer, me, Taylor, Angie, Wayne, Mark. They're Wayne's friend from another Alabama was there along with his wife. I don't know their names. I know he had an old Ford truck. So the guy from Alabama and his wife took Ernie's bedroom. Me and Taylor, we took Wayne's middle child's bedroom. I'm trying to think of her name. I don't know. Anyways, we took his daughter's bedroom, me and Taylor did, and Mark slept in the bedroom with Angie and Wayne. And Tommy Martin and his wife slept inside the living room.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about that, because if I recall, you described the interior of this place as essentially a living room, a kitchen, and then a room. But it sounds like there are multiple bedrooms.
There's 3 bedrooms inside the house. You got a hall. It's a single wide trailer, so you have 2 bedrooms on one side of the house, a bedroom on the other side of the house. But the middle, where the door where you walk into the home, is just the living room and the kitchen, open floor plan.
Okay.
So unless you're going to go into a bedroom down that hallway.
Okay. Well, let me back up to make sure that I didn't miss anything previously. So, as far as you can recall, and now I'm referring to before everyone left for the bar, did you ever see Curtis go into any one of those bedrooms, secreted away from anyone else?
No, the only time that Wayne ever vanished away from other people and everybody was looking for him, because again, he's the life of the party, is his friend that came from Alabama. Wayne kept disappearing to the bathroom with him and then coming back out, presumably high.
Why do you say that?
Because Wayne likes to do methamphetamines.
Why do you say that?
Because Wayne does methamphetamines and has been to prison for meth.
People say things about people all the time. Have you ever witnessed Wayne doing methamphetamines?
Absolutely, on numerous occasions.
Well, that explains it. Okay. Was there ever a time that you saw Mark, and again, I'm still talking about prior to everyone going to the bar, was there ever a time where you saw Mark go into any of these bedrooms on his own?
Only whenever we came back from the bar, whenever he went to the bedroom with Angie and Wayne to sleep for the night.
Okay. So, and did you and Taylor stay at the Wright's residence for the entirety of the night?
Yes, we spent the night there. All of us that spent the night were the people who set up the wedding inside of the park the next morning.
Okay. So, where did you say you and Taylor were staying?
The bedroom at the very other end of the home.
Okay. If someone got up to leave in the middle of the night, it sounds like you probably wouldn't have been able to see them, or you otherwise would not have noticed them.
Only if I would have heard their car door open or close, because it's a single wide trailer. It's, I don't know, you can hear anything, kind of like a thin wall in an apartment.
Okay. So
We're closest towards where the vehicles are parked.
during the evening, during your stay there, did you hear or otherwise notice anyone leaving?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you woke up, to your knowledge or to the best of your recollection, was Mark still there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So it sounds like you can state Mark did not leave at any point during the night.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Can you advise whether or not Mr. Sievers left at any point during the night?
To my knowledge, he did not leave. He was there in the morning whenever I got up.
Okay. So from the group slumber party in the trailer, where does everyone go from there?
We all go down to DeSoto, Missouri, to where the wedding is supposed to be held inside of a park.
Okay. About what time of day do you all get up to leave?
I don't know, it was early. I don't know exact hour. Just we got up early inside of the morning. And then me and Taylor actually stopped by her apartment there inside of DeSoto to grab a couple things as we headed right down to the park because the park's just a little ways away from her apartment.
Do you know if Mark, Mr. Sievers, went directly from Mr. Wright's residence to the park, or did he have any intervening stops to the, as far as you're aware?
Whenever we all made it down there to the park was all around about the exact same time. Everybody was down there. Whenever I showed up to the park, Mark Sievers was already at the park, and other people helping setting up chairs as well as putting things over the tables like cloths and taping them in place.
Setup. Were there any impediments to immediately beginning the setup for the wedding?
Yes, there was a bunch of soccer moms that were at the, I was about to call it a lean-to, I don't know what you would call it, the pavilion. There was a bunch of soccer moms that were over there sitting on the tables that we were wanting to set up for the wedding.
Okay.
We reserved it, but we reserved it apparently only for a short window, so they still had a soccer game going and all kinds of other crazy stuff going on down there when we first showed up.
Oh, so the pavilion, I guess the venue was reserved essentially for the duration of the wedding,
Yes,
not contemplating the setup time.
yes.
Okay. So, does everyone wait at the scene until the setup can begin, or do people mill around and leave?
We start setting up the chairs because we could set up what we have to be able to set up. We start putting the barbecue grill together, got everything going.
Okay. And you say we were setting up. My answer, you can presume, is, does that include Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there ever a point in time that you can recall where Mark departs the location once everyone has arrived?
No, sir.
Okay. And how about Mr. Wright? What's he doing while everyone is setting up?
He's helping set up as well.
Okay. And you mentioned something about getting the barbecue going, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I guess what was going to be barbecued?
There was supposed to be hot dogs. I believe there was hamburger. I don't know. It was just a little simple barbecue, nothing spectacular.
Okay. And I guess at what point did Mark and Curtis get into the van to go pick that meat up?
The meat was picked up by Wayne's friend that has the pickup truck. Wayne actually rode with that guy to go get the meat and then showed up there. He was Wayne's friend from Alabama with the truck.
Matt Holloway?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So Matt Holloway went to go get the meat together. Whenever we left Angela and Wayne's house, they went to go get the meat. They actually showed up later while we were setting up, but yeah.
When you say they, Wayne
And Matt Holloway.
Okay. So once Wayne arrives with the meat, you said that was kind of simultaneous with everyone else's arrival?
No, that was later than other people's arrival because it takes a good probably 25, 30 minutes to go to TK's store to actually go get the meat.
Okay. And
That's in Crystal City.
while Wayne and Matt are doing that, do you have eyes, or are you aware of where Mark is?
Mark's setting up chairs and other, stuff for the wedding.
Okay. So can you recall a time prior to the commencement of wedding proceedings that Mark and Wayne left the location separately in a vehicle?
No, because we were crunched for time. So once we got finally the soccer moms to leave, that way we could set those tables up, it was time to start the wedding. Like, we were crunched for time. Because it's preserved only for that short period, apparently for the wedding, and then there's about to be more stuff taking place there at that park.
Okay. And I guess once Wayne is there, once Mark's there, are they ever off separately and alone for any period of time as you can recall?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And what's the basis of that knowledge? Did you have eyes on Curtis 100% of the time, every minute of his wedding?
No.
Okay.
I'm not trying to keep track of everything that's going on. I'm setting up a wedding.
Okay. So
We're setting up chairs. I don't know.
This venue,
Yes.
are there any buildings or rooms where one could go to have a private conversation?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So the wedding happens, you attend, everyone leaves. When next do you hear or see of Mark Sievers?
I don't talk to Mark after the wedding, ever. Like, ever. We then later subsequently got arrested, and it's like I still don't talk to him. I don't know him.
But eventually he came back into your orbit through, I guess, how?
Well, through Wayne, because Angela Wright had asked me if I'd be willing to go with Wayne down to Florida to help Wayne drive to come down here, because Wayne was supposed to be doing some computer work as well as painting.
All right, so pause there and let me ask you about that. So between the wedding and when this trip, comes into play, how much time passes?
That's almost the entire month of May, almost the entire month of June, so around 60 days.
Okay. So about 60 days, 40 to 60 days pass, and you're contacted to ask if you can go to Florida. By whom and for what reason?
I was asked first by Wayne. Wayne called and asked me if I'd go with him. When he asked me if I'd go with him to Florida, I already knew what trip he's talking about. He's been telling everybody about it. He's been talking about it for weeks.
Okay. And how is he describing it to you, as you know it?
He just called me and was like, hey, he's like, Angie's over here. He's like, she's having his fit is what he called it, that he's going down to Florida. She was supposed to take time off work, and she couldn't get the time off work to help him drive. So he wanted to know if I would help him. I told him no.
Okay. Well, he's a big guy. Why does he need help driving?
He's got a traumatic brain injury. So headlights at nighttime, the flashing of it, just like the strobe of flipping lights on inside of a house, causes him to have a seizure.
Okay. And Missouri to Florida, probably there'd be some night driving. That's a long drive.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you say no.
I told him no.
Why do you say no?
Because I had a baby shower that I was hosting that weekend at my house for one of the women I was seeing at the time.
Well, now wait a minute. I thought you and Taylor were in a committed relationship at this point, Jimmy.
No.
Can you explain that?
Taylor actually didn't move in with me until multiple weeks after the wedding. It's like she moved in with me while being homeless. Me and her were not dating. I actually had multiple women that were inside of my life at the time. I was normally sleeping with 3 to 4 different women steadily per week. One of the women that I was seeing at the time, whose baby shower I was supposed to have at my house, Wendy Kreider, Taylor was trying to befriend her and become friends of hers, just like Taylor's trying to, befriend other women I was seeing to try to run them out of my life. Me and Taylor didn't start dating until after Taylor became pregnant.
With your child?
Yes.
Okay. And not to rehash, your romantic endeavors, but I guess the point I want to make sure I understand is, regardless of what else you had going on, as you understand it, you were not in a committed monogamous relationship with Taylor.
I was sleeping with other women outside of our relationship. Taylor was sleeping with other women and men outside of our relationship.
Well, time out. So you are characterizing it as a relationship.
Well, she lives with me.
Okay.
So we have sex every day, but we are not dating It's just like the woman that was living with me before her, Chelsea Weidman. I had a sexual relationship with her, which is Angela Wright's daughter, which would have been Wayne Wright's stepdaughter.
Okay.
Me and Chelsea Weidman weren't dating. She was my roommate. We still have sex. She still had a boyfriend. She had her ex-boyfriend she was still seeing, other people. Like,
Okay. So, very much an open mind when it comes to the nature of relationships. I understand.
yes.
So, this baby shower, does it keep you from going to Florida?
No. And
Why not?
because I got 4 days off for the weekend. So whenever Wayne asked me to go, I told him no. But then Angela Wright got on the phone, and Angela sounded really upset. And her daughter, Chelsea Weidman, the woman I was just speaking about that used to live with me, had just recently passed away. So with Angela already being upset and still emotional over the loss of her daughter, I told Angela I would help Wayne drive to Florida.
Okay. And I guess, did you hold these plans kind of close to the chest, kind of keeping them under wraps?
Not at all. I told everybody around me that I was going to Florida with Wayne.
And your understanding of why Wayne needed to go to Florida was what?
He was supposed to have been doing some computer work for the Sievers, as well as we were supposed to do some painting at their house.
What do you know about the computer work that he did for the Sievers?
Well, since I've known Curtis Wainwright, he's been doing IT work, as he calls it, for the Sievers. He sets up, I guess, all their computers and everything that goes on with their network there for their business, as well as helping them with our home. Wayne comes down to Florida 4 or 5 times a year, every year since I've known him.
Oh, so since you've known him, so do you know that he went on these trips, or did he just tell you he went on these trips?
Well, while I was incarcerated, he was telling me about going on these trips, and once I made it out of prison in April of 2014, he continued to keep going down to Florida on these trips on the regular.
Okay.
He's normally gone 3 days to a week.
Okay. So, I guess, what do you do to prepare to go on this trip?
Well, whenever I was asked Thursday night, Wayne actually wanted to leave Friday night, and I told him no because I was working Friday, so I agreed to go Saturday first thing in the morning.
Okay. Did you have to tell your employer that you were going to be out of town?
I did not have to. I told Jeff Conway, though, my shift coordinator, that I was going to Florida for the weekend.
Okay.
During my 4 days off, because normally I work overtime. I like to try to put in those 60-hour weeks.
Okay. I guess, what, if you have the days off, why would he need to know that you're going to be out of town?
Because as a contractor, you just get called into work, as well as I work for the residential as well as the commercial side. So on the commercial side, I'm scheduled for 48-hour weeks, 4 days of 12-hour days, 4 days off. But a lot of times, I'll come in and go work the residential side, painting houses, putting on roofs, building porches, installing windows, putting in flooring, you name it, whatever we need done.
Okay.
Drywall, frame houses.
Anything else? Okay.
I could make a whole list.
No need. Okay. So, I guess, besides kind of letting people know I'm going to be gone for a bit, do you have to bring anything with you? You know, anything to prepare?
Well, first off, it's like I told multiple people. I didn't just tell my boss.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. So, what do you have to bring with you to go on this trip?
I brought with me 2 painter's uniforms. I brought with me some booties, some rubber gloves, the blue 3M tape. That's the painter's tape, the good stuff. That way you get straight lines and it actually peels off correctly. I brought my paint roller that I use for my edger to go around corners such as baseboards.
If you hold on 1 second, actually, now, who else did you tell that you're going on this trip?
I told Taylor, because Taylor has to know. She lives with me. It's like, told Wendy Kreider, the woman I was seeing whose baby shower I was supposed to be hosting that weekend. It's like, I told her, her mom. I told Jordan, who I was working with that week, because when I got told this on Thursday night, I do believe I was at work. I might be mistaken, but I do believe I was at work. It's like this was last second for me, but I told him, I told my shift coordinator. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so, sorry to interrupt you. You were talking about the professional tools and other accessories you were bringing down to do the job that you were employed to take down in Florida.
Yes, I try to bring in a bunch of specialty tools because Wayne's not a contractor like myself. So my experience is doing side work with him on the regular is that he doesn't, I don't own any of this stuff, and I don't want paint all over my clothes, as well as without an edger. You have to try a hand brush and then it looks bad. You got all the brush marks. So I'm trying to bring all my specialty stuff that I know that he doesn't have. Even the 3M painter's tape, if you buy the cheap stuff at Dollar General, it doesn't peel right. The paint actually goes through the tape down to the adhesive and it doesn't want to peel.
Okay. And how about like maybe blue coveralls, something like that?
That's what I'm calling my painter's uniforms.
That's what you call your painter's uniforms.
I get these from the place I work at. We use them for a number of different jobs. So, for instance, I'll wear them whenever I'm inside of homes, sanding drywall, not to get dust all over my clothes. I wear them whenever I'm working on cars. I've worn them before whenever I'm working at Wholesome, the world's largest cement factory, whenever working around lime because it'll burn you.
Okay. So, bring the two those painter uniforms with you. What does Curtis bring with him?
For the painting job?
Yes, sir.
He brought 2 paint cans. He brought some rollers, the big long sticks. He's got some plastic. That was in the trunk of the car whenever I put my stuff in the trunk of the car. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you because we never really unloaded our bags to spend the night.
Okay. And how about devices? Are you bringing computers with you, or bringing phones with you, anything like that?
I got my phone with me. Wayne's got a phone with him. We got the GPS that's inside the car. And Wayne's got his backpack that's a Swiss Army backpack that reads Wayne in red letters. And it's full of what I always call his computer nerd stuff because he does this IT as well as he installs security systems for people. That's one of his other cash jobs he does. So he has his to-go bag or whatever with all his computers, his laptop, a bunch of stuff in it.
Okay. And I guess, was it at that point that he told you that you were taking a trip to go kill somebody?
He never told me that we're going to Florida to kill anybody, ever.
Oh, okay. Well, from there, I guess, how long is that car ride?
The car ride down here is about 19 hours.
Okay. And who's driving?
I drove during the nighttime. Wayne drove during the daytime.
Okay. And did you drive straight through?
Yes, sir.
You know, why didn't you stop anywhere for, I don't know, comfort's sake?
Well, we stop along the way as far as to get food, take pictures. Like, for instance, while we were coming down, there was a big flood for the Mississippi River, so we stopped. We took some pictures over by the Mississippi River bridge sign. We took pictures along, I don't know, stuff that's along the route. I don't know, like a little mini vacation.
All right. So let's talk about your departure. I believe earlier you were indicating that you understood you were going to leave at a specific time. Talk about that.
So Wayne wanted to actually originally leave Friday night, and I told him I couldn't because I work Friday night. So I agreed to go first thing Saturday morning because I only got my 4 days off. So Saturday morning, when he didn't show up at 4 a.m. like he was supposed to have showed up, I eventually texted him and asked him when he was going to get there. Eventually, Wayne showed up at my house, I believe, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And I guess, did he tell you, hey, I had something come up, sorry I'm late?
No, he's got a key to my house, so whenever it first pulls up, we hear the car door, we look outside of our window to see who pulled in our driveway. He used his own key, let himself inside, had breakfast with me and Taylor. I know, he looked high to me.
Why do you say that?
His eyes are bulging. He's got big black pupils. He's got his beard grown out. With him being bald, his hair's growing on the side. Normally, whenever he's on a drug bender, he lets his hygiene go bad, and that was the sign.
Okay. So it had nothing to do with him being bald that made you think he was high?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is bad hygiene, sweating really bad. Whenever you're in an air-conditioned room and you're just pouring in sweat, normally that's a sign that you're on methamphetamines or some kind of stimulant.
Okay.
Besides the bulging eyeballs and him grinding his teeth.
Okay, so you observed these things. Did he say anything like, "Oh boy, I was on a bender"?
No, not at that point in time. Later he did.
Okay. In what context did that come up?
While we're inside the car ride, he was telling me that he got Adderall from Robert Weidman, which is Wayne's brother-in-law, who also happens to be Mark Sievers' former stepson.
Oh, okay.
Yep, welcome to Missouri.
Well, did Wayne have his own prescription for Adderall?
Yes, he did, but he likes to eat his, like Skittles, and then buy up as many people's Adderall as he can.
Okay. Well, I guess, despite all of that, did he appear to be thinking, based on your knowledge of him, did he appear to be thinking clearly, coherently, and calmly during this car ride down?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
How long have you known Curtis Wainwright?
I've known him since 2010.
Okay, and in that time, have you personally observed him taking drugs?
Yes, sir.
And have you noticed the distinction between times when he isn't using and times when he is using?
Absolutely.
Now, with that, I guess you'd call it a foundation. Could you determine whether or not he appeared to be acting as you know him to act when he's not high?
Objection. Now, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. How was he during your ride down to Florida?
He was very jittery,
Okay.
as well as he spoke about how that his marriage has gone to shit since Chelsea Weidman's passing away.
Objection. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. I guess, did Curtis ever talk with you about how his marriage was going?
Yes, sir.
Did Angie ever talk with you about how the marriage was
Objection.
going?
Relevance.
Might I respond?
Yes, sir.
So this is going to play into what was going through Curtis's mind when subsequent events are characterized later. I believe his state of mind, as perceived by someone who's known him for a number of years, is relevant to understanding what happened subsequently.
Relevance. I don't understand what his relation. Well, I shouldn't. I'm not going to tell them how to overcome the objection, but the defense hasn't established how this question is relevant to anything in this case. And it is hearsay.
Well, I don't even think he asked him what he said. Well, I guess he did.
So to the extent that there's a hearsay comment, this would be effect on the listener. It's not being offered because I know or Jimmy knows for certain that these things are true.
What is the relevance if it's in the car on the way down and the event isn't for hours later? Or almost a day later?
So this is going to be a couple hours later, under 18, and I believe his state of mind during the period of time where he is observed using drugs immediately preceding what is a violent murder is relevant to what happens in the course of that incident.
And this is during what part of the trip?
This is during the trip down to Florida.
Which is how long again?
Approximately 19 hours.
So at what point during the trip? Because I think if it's at 19 hours out, I don't think it's relevant. Sustained.
Okay. So, I guess, does Curtis talk about what you all are going to be doing down in Florida while you're driving down there?
Not really. Mostly what he spoke about for the most part was us going to the beach, how he couldn't wait to see Mark. Otherwise, he spoke about, I don't know, how that Mark's kids call him uncle.
Okay. And what do you mean he was excited to see Mark? I thought he was going there to do IT work.
Well, if you want to...
Let's talk about, or just respond to the question I'm asking.
All right, the question.
What do you mean he's excited to see Mark?
He's excited. He's smiling whenever he speaks about Mark.
What is your understanding of Curtis's relationship to Mark?
My understanding from Curtis Wainwright is that Mark and him have a homosexual gay relationship together that they keep secretive from their wives.
Let me ask you this. From whom do you get that information?
Curtis Wainwright.
Do you ever get that information from Mark Sievers?
No, I do not.
Okay. How does Curtis characterize this relationship that he has with Mark? How, duration, things like that?
Wayne's told me about doing gay things with Mark Sievers since they were both teenagers.
Well, as far as you know, was Angie aware of this?
Angie actually asked...
Angie's relevance.
Sustained.
Fair enough. So, I guess, do you, besides Curtis's word, do you have any reason to believe that this is true?
Yes.
What reason is that?
Angela Wright asked me at the wedding as we were setting up if I thought that her husband was gay, because during the threesome that she had, the night...
Relevance.
Sustained.
So, it's fair to say there are things besides Curtis that makes you suspect that there's something to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is Curtis expressing, his belief that anything romantic is going to happen during this trip?
Yes, he was speaking about telling me that the reasons that he comes down here all the time is that this is Mark's way of hiding his gay relationship from his wife with Wayne. That's why he hires Wayne in Missouri to do IT work as well as working on his house regularly. That's why he comes to Florida 4 or 5 times a year. This is the whole reason he doesn't hire somebody locally. This is essentially a way to hide their gay relationship.
Okay. So, down to Florida, where are you going to stay?
Mark Sievers' house.
Okay. So, I guess no hotels or anything like that. Curtis tells you you're going to be able to stay there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does Curtis tell you that you should expect the family to be there?
I just naturally assumed that the family was going to be there. This is somewhere he comes 4 or 5 times a year.
Okay. And I guess, was it at that point that he asks whether you want to do it at the medical office or at the Sievers residence?
I'm confused by your question.
Is it at that point that he asks you whether you want to do the murder that is purportedly procured at the medical practice or the Sievers residence?
Wayne never told me that we're coming to Florida to commit a murder, ever at any point in time, ever.
Okay. Okay. So what time do you get in Florida?
We get to Florida, I don't know, early in the morning, 5, 6 a.m. I don't know, very early.
Can you recall whether or not the sun was up?
The sun was just coming up.
Okay. So you go straight to the Sievers residence.
Yes, sir.
And where do you park?
We park right in the driveway.
Okay. You don't park off the property somewhere down the street.
No, sir.
Okay. And this is in the morning that you park right in the driveway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you find out whether or not anyone's home?
Yes, we unpacked the stuff out of the trunk, our bags. Essentially, if you were going to a hotel room, the same stuff that you would take to a hotel room, we grab our bags, our clothes that we packed to spend the night there at the Sievers. I got multiple, outfits that I brought with me. So did Wayne. We walk into the garage. He enters the code. We walk right into the garage. He closes it. We walk into the house.
Let me pause you there and back up. Garage is open or closed?
The garage was closed when we pulled up.
Okay. How does Curtis open the garage?
It's got a alarm pad, I guess, little pad over to the side. He enters.
Keypad?
Yep, little keypad. He enters the code into the keypad.
Do you know what the code is?
I do not.
Okay. Proceed.
He walks over, hits the code. The garage door opens. We walk in. He closes it. We walk into the house from the garage. As soon as we walk into the house, the little pad next to the door makes a little beeping noise.
And is that, what is that, like a home security system?
I presumably so.
Okay.
Wayne enters in a code into the home security system. He starts calling the dogs by name, bends down, pets the dogs. calls them little pet names. After he gets done petting the dogs, he starts hollering for Mark. Wayne's all excited to hear from Mark. He's hollering Mark's name. No response is coming. Wayne tells me, hang tight there. I say hang tight. Stay in the kitchen. He's gonna go check on Mark as he walks through the kitchen towards the left side of the home, leaving me standing there in the hallway right as soon as you walk into the kitchen. He vanishes for a short period. He comes back. He tells me that nobody's home, that we got to go, that we can't stay in the home, that nobody's there.
Oh, well, shoot. Do you know how that happened?
I discovered later that Curtis Wainwright apparently mixed up the times of whenever we're supposed to be coming down to Florida for this trip and whenever Mark had his own trip planned. Although Wayne's been telling everybody about this trip for at least a good month prior to us actually going on the trip.
Okay. Do you know how it came to be? Did he explain how he got the dates mixed up?
No, he never made that abundantly clear.
Okay.
He's got a
Is
TBI
that
though.
something that you've observed him to do before?
All the time.
Why all the time? Or what causes it to happen with such frequency?
His traumatic brain injury.
Okay. Understand you're not a doctor, right?
I am not.
Okay. And you don't have a traumatic brain injury yourself, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. So I guess to the extent that you are aware of how the TBI affected him, where did you come across that knowledge?
I see it all the time, just being in his presence.
Okay. So you observe these things personally. So go ahead. What are those things that you observe him doing?
Like, he'll put a burrito inside the microwave, open up the refrigerator, forget why he was in the refrigerator, close it, walk off, come back later, grab a burrito, go to put it in the microwave, and discover a cold one's already in there. Or I'll watch him go to make a sandwich, reach into the refrigerator or grab something for the sandwich, forget what he's doing, and walk out of the kitchen and leave it there. That's just some basic stuff. Like,
Okay.
He always is forgetting stuff on the job site, forgetting tools, not bringing stuff, blowing me off whenever I tell him to be there on Wednesday and he doesn't show up. Like, he just always is.
Okay. So he got his dates or his times mixed up as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what do you do?
We went to the beach, have fun,
Okay.
went sightseeing.
Why didn't you just turn around and go back to Missouri?
Why would we? We were supposed to be down here as far as I knew.
Oh, that reminds me of something I wanted to ask you earlier. Were you paid for your trip down to Florida?
No, I was not. I was promised $100 to help Wayne paint,
Let me
As-
ask you about that.
as well as I was promised he was going to pay for the vacation.
Okay. Let me ask you about the $100. Did you need the money?
No, sir.
You were still working your other jobs at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you having any trouble paying bills?
No, sir.
Okay. I think you gave me a number earlier regarding a fair portion of your aggregate take-home pay left over once all your bills are paid.
Yep.
That's still the case?
Yep.
Okay. So you're paid $100 or told you'll get $100 to come help them. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Now back to what you were doing after you left the Sievers residence. Did he express any reason to believe that the Sievers would be back sometime soon?
Yeah, he said they would be back later that day.
Did he explain to you why he thought that?
No, he did not.
Did you ask?
I just, whenever they weren't there, I asked him, I was like, what's going on? That's when he explained that they were apparently on their trip, that he messed up the times. Whenever he said that they'd be back later that day, that we were just going to go to the beach, go out, essentially do what tourists do here in Florida, and come back later.
Okay.
I assumed that he had knowledge that I didn't have.
Okay. And it was his trip, so you were just kind of following his lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, besides the beach, what else did you do?
We went to Walmart to get more stuff for the beach because we discovered we were ill prepared. For instance, I didn't bring towels. I brought my swimming trunks. I brought like a thin shirt that dries quick. I brought my swimming shoes, but I didn't bring any towels. Wayne's sandals that he brought are holding water like a sponge. So after he gets out of the water, every step that he makes, it like squishes water out of the soles. So he had to get some water shoes. Just where do you put your phone when you go to the beach? You know, your watch, your other stuff, your car keys. So we didn't have any of this kind of stuff prepared for the beach.
Okay, I thought you were asking me, and as you can tell, I don't go to the beach. So. All right, so I guess you do you like take any pictures while you're there?
We took pictures all the way coming down to Florida and while in Florida.
Okay.
Together.
And while you're down in Florida, kind of killing time, do either you or Curtis contact anyone back from Missouri?
Yes, both of us.
Who would you contact?
Angela Wright actually called my phone to talk to Wayne.
Okay.
While we were in Florida.
Why'd she call your phone rather than Wayne?
I don't know. Like, she called my phone to talk to Wayne. I handed Wayne my phone. It's like they talked. He told her like that we made it to Florida safely, that we'd be back Tuesday night, that Mark apparently wasn't home. You know, that we'd be back Tuesday night.
Okay. That brings up another point that I'll ask you about it right now. The trip's duration. You understand it to be leave early Saturday, return Tuesday.
I had to be back to work Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Wayne actually wanted a longer trip. That means that I actually supposed to clock in at 4 a.m. on Wednesday. So I'm supposed to make it home sometime close to around midnight on Tuesday. So that was the game plan.
Okay. So I guess, when do you, if ever, return to the Sievers residence?
We returned there around 10:30 at night.
Okay. So it's getting kind of later into the evening. What else are you doing to eat up this time?
We went down to the pier, bought a bunch of souvenirs at all the gift shops there, but quickly discovered one gift shop's identical to the next. It just sells the same stuff, different store. So took some pictures down there with the parrot. I don't know, thought that was actually kind of cool. Bought a Taylor Showmaker some gifts. Wayne bought a shark tooth necklace for his daughter Lizzie, because he's got a 9 or 10-year-old daughter at the time. He bought a scorpion under glass for his brother Jerry. He bought an alligator's head. I don't know, we both were picking up a bunch of seashells to bring back. He's bringing them back for Angela. I was bringing them back for Taylor. I bought Taylor a Fort Myers Beach t-shirt. I bought a couple shot glasses. It's a him and her set that's blue and pink.
Let me time out. So you bought a shirt that said Fort Myers on it?
Yes.
So you bought an article of clothing that provided proof positive that you were in Florida during this weekend. Why would you bring that or why would you obtain that evidence, Jimmy?
Because we're not in Florida to commit a crime. We're supposed to be going to Mark's house to work and spend the night.
Okay.
This is why I'm also telling Taylor Showmaker that I'm in Florida. There's numerous people that I told I was in Florida. I talked to my shift coordinator while I'm in Florida. I told him I'd be home Tuesday night, late Tuesday night, because he actually tried calling me into work. So just hours before the murder, I told him I wouldn't be back till late Tuesday night, before then showing up a day and a half early.
Okay. So 10:30 rolls along. You head back to the Sievers residence. Yes?
Yes, sir.
So this time, you must park a couple blocks away and then proceed to the home on foot.
No, sir.
Where do you park?
Driveway.
Okay. So you park in the driveway. I guess were the Sievers home?
They was not.
Okay. Did Curtis? How did he respond to that?
When we ran out of just things to do, we actually first stopped by the beach that we were at earlier that morning. We were trying to shower before going over to the Sievers. The beach shower was locked, so we left from the beach to go to the Sievers. We just parked in the driveway, knowing that nobody was home. Like all the lights are off inside the home, and we're just waiting for them to show up.
Okay.
Grant us entry into the house.
And is Curtis expressing any concern that the Sievers aren't there yet?
No.
Okay. I guess, does he seem confident that they'll arrive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you said you're waiting there. Are you doing anything, calling anyone, reading anything?
I talked to Taylor off and on the whole time I was in Florida. I can't tell you if that was during one of those times or not.
Okay.
I know that I got out of the car to smoke at some point.
Okay. And when you're out of the car, are you hanging around kind of the side of the house where are you?
Right beside the car, right in the driveway. Everybody can see me, like,
Okay.
nothing secretive.
So, I guess is there ever a point in time where someone of the Sievers family does arrive?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
While we were sitting inside the driveway, a van pulls up, lights shine on the side of our car, garage door opens, van pulls into the house, garage door remains open.
Let me pause right there and ask you about that. I thought that you were parked in the driveway.
Yes, there's two sides on the driveway, so you have two different garage doors. We are parked on the one to the far right. In front of that garage door, I now know today, as well as after we entered the home, that there was a station wagon on that side of the garage.
Okay. So you're parked on one side of the driveway. I guess there's sufficient room for a van to pull in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Proceed from there. What happens?
The van pulls into the garage. The garage door remains open. We pop the trunk. We grab our stuff again, the stuff that we brought in originally that morning that we were bringing in to spend the night. We get our stuff. As we're walking towards the home, Teresa walks around the van. She's now standing by the back of the taillights of the van.
If I can pause you there.
Yep.
Had you ever met Miss Sievers before? Mrs.
Never.
Sievers before, excuse me.
Never.
Okay, so this is your first time encountering Mrs. Sievers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
And her immediate reaction to seeing Wayne and me walking up our driveway is she asked Wayne, "What are you doing here?" Like, she's immediately got an attitude. She's got a problem with him being there. Wayne starts telling her that he messed up the times of whenever I guess we were supposed to show up. And she immediately starts yelling at him. We walked into the garage. She closed the garage door behind us.
Okay, and let me pause you there just to make sure I understand. Both you and Curtis at that point proceed through the garage door, which has been opened,
Yep.
along with Mrs. Sievers. So all three of you, I guess at this point, are in the garage.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
After she closed the garage door, her and Wayne's dialogue continue. Heated argument while she unloads the stuff from the side of the van. Wayne's now standing at the front of the van. I'm standing on, I guess, the side of the van closer to where the passenger side door would be.
So the passenger side?
Passenger side, because the van's pulled into the garage nose first,
Okay.
bumper first. So I'm standing on the side of the van where the passenger door would be. She's on the driver's side with that door open over there, grabbing her stuff out of the van.
Let me ask you about that. You say that door open. So is that the driver door which is open? Is it the I guess, side sliding door? Which door's open and having stuff
She
in
had
front
the
of it?
driver's door open, grabbing some stuff out of it whenever we walked over towards the front of the van, and she has her stuff in front of the van at that point, arguing with Wainwright.
Okay. And I guess, is there enough room in the garage for it to open up within the garage and not, strike the side of the garage?
The driver's door?
Yes.
Yes, that's how she got in and out of the van.
Okay. All right. So she's unpacking while having this conversation with Curtis. What are you doing?
I'm just standing there kind of wondering what the heck's going on because I was expecting a normal, reunion. Whenever I show up to people's house to work on the regular, like normal, because this is, to me, you might have a job where you work in a courtroom. My job isn't working in people's houses. I'm used to the people being more receptive of us whenever we show up.
So you're there to do something for them?
Yes.
Okay. But that's inconsistent with what you're observing between Mrs. Sievers and Curtis?
Yes.
Okay. I guess, did she have any reason to believe that Curtis and you would be there waiting for her upon her arrival?
Objection. Witness lacks personal knowledge of what Dr. Sievers would know.
Sustained.
Did you hear anything during the course of their exchange that led you to believe that this was an expected encounter between the two of them?
She said that when I shouldn't say the word we, he was expected to show up next weekend, not the weekend that we were there. That he, Curtis Wainwright, was expected to show up next weekend.
Okay. So, how's Wayne taking all of this as you can observe? What's his demeanor?
Wayne, who's already been in a bad mood throughout the entire day and is already high and angry, he's frustrated. He's not taking this very well. You could see that he's trying to essentially bite back his temper as she continuously...
Let me ask you, have you ever seen Wayne lose his temper before?
Yes, actually quite frequently.
Okay, so you're not kind of guessing, are you like recognizing, ways that he's acting or his demeanor?
Absolutely. With working with Wayne, seeing him throw a bandsaw, or a circular saw, I should say, across the room, actually through the drywall, and other temper tantrums on the job site, yelling at people, I know his mannerisms.
Okay, so proceed from there regarding the exchange between Mrs. Sievers and Wainwright.
So she's yelling at him, telling him he's an idiot, and she's yelling at him, telling him he does a terrible job on their IT work, that he has to come here to Florida constantly to work on their computers, that it's always broken, that she's tired of paying him to do this, told him that he's fired, that she's going to hire somebody different, somebody local. So she's got her finger in his face, she's screaming at him, and it was during this exchange that, while Curtis keeps saying that it's his TBI and trying to take no responsibility essentially for being there late, he picked up a hammer that was in arm's reach and struck her with it.
Did you see where the hammer was?
It was sitting on the deep freeze.
Let me ask you something. When you're painting, how do you use a hammer when you're painting?
You don't.
Did you bring a hammer with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Is a hammer like a tool that you use frequently in your job?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you didn't have one with you that night?
No, sir.
Okay. Curtis grabs the hammer. What happens then?
He strikes her with it.
Where is she standing when so struck?
They are face to face in a full-on yelling and screaming match. Or I should say more like she's yelling at him, like he's trying to keep his cool.
But where are they?
Directly in front of the minivan.
Okay,
so they're
still in the
standing.
garage.
She's standing. Yes, she's standing right beside the deep freezer. He's standing right beside the deep freezer, right there at the corner of the deep freezer, right where the door is that enters into the Sievers home.
Okay. He strikes her. What happens?
She takes off running down the hallway into the kitchen.
Does she, before she does so, I guess let me ask this first. Where are you standing?
I'm still standing with my backpack over my shoulder, there by the passenger door of the van, waiting for Curtis to walk in, because there's only a little bit of room between the front of the van to make it between the deep freeze and the van itself to actually walk into the house.
I forgot to ask you something else. I'm going to back up for a second, okay? While you are in Florida with Curtis, is there ever a point in time which you drive by the Sievers medical practice?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to the Sievers
No.
medical practice? Okay. Thank you. Returning to where we were. Once stricken, does Teresa do anything in response to Curtis?
She takes off running towards the kitchen down through that hallway. Wayne goes chasing after her. I drop my bag there inside of the garage. I go chasing after Wayne, telling him, stop, stop, as we're running off into the kitchen together.
Okay. Is there ever a period of time from when the two of them are having their exchange, prior to the strike, that you have an obstructed line of sight of them? Do you have let me ask the better question. Do you have a clear line of sight on them the whole time they're having their exchange?
I'm seeing them from a view from the passenger side door, essentially of the van,
Okay.
and them standing at the front of the van. So I got an angle at view of being able to see both people while yelling at each other.
Okay, nothing in your way blocking your view?
No, sir.
Okay. You follow the two in, what do you see?
Whenever I make it into the kitchen, Teresa's got her back towards the counter. She's fighting, like trying to fight off Curtis. She's got her arms up. Curtis grabs her by her hair. He swings with his body weight in a circle and swings her to the ground with her landing towards where the dishwasher, I guess it is, the little island in the kitchen.
Let me pause you there to make sure that I understand that. Does he have a hammer in his hand at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if he's left or right-handed?
He's right-handed.
Okay. So is he grabbing her by the hair with his left hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to run through what you describe as using his body to throw, because I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly.
Well, I'm in body chains right now, but
Okay.
he grabs her by the hair
With one hand.
with one hand. I can't demonstrate it. It's like he's leaning forward, holding her by the hair. Now it's pulling her head forward. And then kind of like how that you would do a throw for that real heavy ball whenever the people that run track, whatever that's called, where you spin in a circle. Like he grabs her by the hair and he spins with his body weight to yank her to the ground. Yes, shot put. He grabs her by the hair and spins with his body weight to yank her to the ground.
Okay. So she doesn't fall to the ground, he throws her.
Yes, he grabs her by the hair while her back's against the counter and swings her in a half circle and swings her back into the counter that she was already leaning back up against.
Okay. And I guess proceed from there, please.
She starts trying to go for her phone. There's a bunch of stuff on the ground.
Let me ask you, thank you for saying that. Does she have anything in her hands at this point?
Honestly, everything happened so quick, I couldn't tell you what was going on. I just know that there was a bunch of stuff on the ground after he swung her to the ground.
Okay. Once she's swung to the ground, what does he do?
He starts kicking at her phone and other things that are on the ground. He puts his hand on her back and starts striking her in the back of the head with a hammer over and over and over and over again.
What are you doing?
At this point in time, I had already been screaming, stop, stop, stop. But by the time this fight, this little small quick engagement happened, she was already pretty well dead.
You say this small quick engagement. What are you describing that way?
I'm saying that in real life, kind of like if you watch a boxing match, you can't go and tell me what every swing or punch was when you're trying to recall it. This all happened very quickly. He hit her, she ran down the hallway, he chased after her, he instantly swung her to the ground, kicked the stuff, put his hand on her back and started hitting her in the head with a hammer. This was all really quick.
Okay.
This was, I would guess, say under 30 seconds.
Okay. And where are you standing?
At this point in time, I'm standing inside the kitchen, right as where the hallway leads into the kitchen, right beside, I guess, the refrigerator where you first walk in.
Okay. And what are you wearing?
I am wearing my swimming trunks, a white t-shirt that I've been wearing all day. It's thin white t-shirt. I got on my work boots. I took off my water shoes whenever we left the beach.
Why'd you do that?
Because they're filled with sand and they're wet. Like, I don't normally wear water shoes outside the water.
Okay. What's Curtis wearing?
He's still got on his water shoes, he's still got on his swimming trunks, and he's still got on the shirt that he was wearing at the beach.
Was there ever a point in time at which either you or he donned the coveralls?
No, sir.
Is there ever a point in time at which you or he put on gloves?
No, sir.
Okay. What does Curtis do once he's, I guess, was there a point in time where he stopped delivering these blows?
After her body went limp, she quit holding herself up with her own two arms while he had his hand on her back after she collapsed to the ground. He continued to strike her in the head a couple more times after that. Then he stopped. He raised his hammer and pointed at me in a threatening manner.
What do you mean a threatening manner?
Well, I'm standing still there beside the refrigerator in the front of it, essentially blocking the hallway area that would walk back into the garage. So after he gets done hitting her, he looks up, his eyes filled with tears, where he's just so angry that he's crying. And as he looks up at me, and then he points the hammer at me, like kind of like if you were holding a microphone out in front of somebody's face. He points the hammer directly towards my face. I put my arms up.
Does he say anything to you?
No, he doesn't say a word to me. After I put my arms up, I was like, I didn't see shit. Those were my exact words. He then brushes past me and walks down the hallway into the garage.
Okay. And I guess do you go and check on Mrs. Sievers?
No, as I started to go walk behind him towards the garage, he made the comment, he goes, we got to make this look like a break-in or a burglary gone wrong, as he grabs her luggage that was there, that she had just unloaded from the van, and he just starts dumping stuff out everywhere all over the ground.
Okay. And
by the way, backtrack, he still's got his hammer with him. He set that off on the freezer whenever he went to go rifling through her belongings.
Well, I was going to get there, but thank you. So, how's Curtis's appearance after this? Does he have any blood on him? Is he clean?
He's got a lot of blood on him.
Okay. Do you have any blood on you?
No, sir.
Okay. So once Curtis pushes past you, did you see where he went?
Yes, I followed behind him. He walked directly into the garage. As soon as that you step out of the door at this point by the deep freezer, Teresa's stuff's essentially in your way. It's all still standing there right by the front, well, right by the door of the house.
Oh, and so that's why he picked it up, is impeding him.
I couldn't tell you. As I'm walking behind him, he sets his hammer down and says, got to make this look like a burglary gone wrong.
Okay.
Like as if it's an afterthought. And
So
he
what
just
do you
starts
do?
dumping stuff. With where Wayne's at, he's actually blocking my view where I can't walk past him. I can't walk between the van and the freezer with him being where he's at. So I walk between the van and the wall towards where the garage door opener is to go press the button. But once I got over there, I was thinking to myself, like, we got fingerprints in this house from being here earlier in the day. So I used my shirt to wipe my fingerprints off of the garage door button. I walk behind the van over to the motorcycle where we had stopped to look at it, exiting the home early in the morning, and wipe my fingerprints from the handlebars of the motorcycle, at which point I discovered I was alone in the garage.
Okay. Let me ask you about that sequence. Have you ever had to do something like that before? Because it seemed like pretty quick thinking to have to rub down knobs and other things.
No, sir, but having fingerprints, I've watched enough CSI shows and just common basic sense to know got fingerprints.
Okay. So, I guess at this point you realize you're alone in the garage. What do you do?
Wonder where Wayne is. So whenever I don't see him in the garage no more, I walk back towards into the home. I walk through that hallway again. As I walk into the home, I observe Curtis Wainwright leaned over Teresa Sievers' dead body, calling her names, calling her a bitch, and continuing to hit her in the head with a hammer. At which point in time, as soon as I walked in and seen this, I told Wayne my exact words, fuck this, I'm out of here.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about that. Did you have a means of leaving the scene, leaving Florida on your own?
No, sir.
Okay. So, I guess, what's Wayne's response to that?
Wayne stops what he's doing. He walks towards me. He takes his T-shirt, wipes his fingerprints off the handle of the hammer that he was using, and just drops it there in the kitchen. Tells me wait up for him, which I don't. I just keep walking as he stops to wash his arms and blood off inside the sink that's in that hallway heading towards the garage.
That was my question. Where is that sink located? Okay. And so did you watch him wash off?
I was there present enough for him to turn on the water and start splashing the water on his arms where he had blood up and down his arms, at which point I just walked out of the garage and I was done to leave. I didn't want to open the front garage door. It makes a lot of noise. People would see me. So I went out through the side door with my backpack. Right after that, Wayne comes out. Whenever Wayne comes out, he's got a pry bar in his hand. He closes the door which I was still over here taking my time. The reason why it's taking me so long is I'm trying to wipe my fingerprints off the door as I'm touching it and things as I'm going along. Wayne closes the door, puts a couple pry marks on it. After it's already unlocked and we're already outside the home, he puts a couple pry marks on it, walks back inside the garage to return, put away that pry tool that he found in the garage.
Did you see where he got it from the garage?
No clue.
Okay.
Once he comes back outside the home, he himself closes the door, wipes his fingerprints off the door handle after he closes it, and then he strips his clothes off, puts them inside of his backpack, and puts on another clean pair of clothes that he had brought with him for trip and stay there at the Sievers.
Okay. So, what do? You got to get in the car with this guy?
I have to. I don't have any other mode of transportation to get back to Missouri.
You didn't call the cops?
No, sir.
Why didn't you call the cops?
At the time, I'm just scared. I'm in the moment. My PTSD is going. I just want to get out of the house.
Okay. And I guess, had Curtis made any threats towards you at that point?
Not yet at that point.
Okay. So, what do you do then?
We then go to the car. Once we go to the car, we put our stuff back inside the trunk, the stuff that we were planning, to keep there at the Sievers to spend the night. We put our stuff away, we leave from there, and we go directly back to Missouri.
Okay. Let's talk about that car ride back. I guess, does Wayne do anything that causes within you concern for your own safety?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, he's very up, down, all around.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, earlier inside of the evening while we were there walking around the beach, we had been drinking. Mm-hmm. Wayne hasn't slept this entire 19-hour drive down here. The whole time we're down here, he's snorting Adderall, he's high. And now he's going from super angry to super happy. So first thing he tells me is he's crying and he's telling me that he never meant to kill her, that I got to understand it was an accident, he just freaked out, it's his TBI. 2 seconds later, he's laughing and giggling and telling me it was a fun game of whack-a-mole. And then threatening to kill me and threatening to kill Taylor if I go to the cops or tell anybody.
During this car ride, I don't know, do you do anything that is like a precaution for your own safety?
Yes, I continuously make numerous phone calls as well as text to Taylor throughout the trip heading back to Missouri.
Why do you do that?
That way you can ping my phone, the travel from Florida back to Missouri.
Well, that sounds pretty technical, Jimmy. How familiar are you with telecommunications?
I'm not, but this is, back then it was 2015 even. It's like we've had movies since the 90s that shows you how that they can track your phone.
I'm not talking about movies in the 90s. Do you know how that stuff works?
No, I just know enough common sense that my phone's being tracked.
Okay. So, what utility does pinging cell phone towers serve you? Do you believe it serves you?
Because I'm worried that Wayne's going to kill me on the car ride back, make me vanish. It's like I'm concerned for my own safety at this point in time.
Okay.
So
I guess help me square that concern versus your rationale for pinging cell phone towers.
Because if he kills me, at least they'll know at some point in time why my phone just quit corresponding, essentially pinging off the tower. Somebody will know essentially what happened to me. As well as by me talking to Taylor constantly, I'm also nervous. My PTSD is going through the roof.
And how does that present, your PTSD going through the roof?
Because
no, I mean,
if you've ever had a
what
panic,
does it look like?
Racing thoughts, shaking hands, I don't know, almost like a panic attack.
Okay. So,
clammy palms, like I can name off anxiety.
I thought you were just describing me. Okay. So, how long is the car ride back?
16, 17 hours, I don't know.
Okay. Do you make the same amount of stops going back as you did coming to?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We didn't take any pictures going back. On the way coming down, we took a bunch of pictures with sightseeing. On the way back, we're not. We're not pulling over to take pictures. We're not photographing. We're not having a good time. This isn't a relaxed moment.
Can you make it to Florida and Missouri on a single tank of gas?
No.
So you had to gas up.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much gas was around that time?
175, 179. No,
Okay.
yeah. 178, 179 for regular.
Okay. So, as you're corresponding with Taylor on the ride home, are you telling her anything about what happened?
No.
Why?
Well, Wayne's threatening me if I was to tell Taylor, as well as that I'm scared to, I don't know, message her and tell her anything. It's like, get her involved in this. I freaked out at this point. And Taylor's telling me that she's got something serious that she needs to tell me when I get home, so I'm worried about what's going on whenever they're back in Missouri. Like, she's got me also worried about what's going on there because how that she's sounding, and she sounds all frantic when I'm speaking with her.
Okay. So, where does this car ride end? Does Wayne take you to his place, or?
No, we go to my house in Cadet, Missouri. Whenever we go to get close, Taylor wanted me to contact her. That way she can meet me at the home because she said there's something that she has to tell me whenever I arrive.
Okay. And Wayne drops you off there. Does he give you any parting thoughts?
Wayne came inside. He came inside the home with me and Taylor.
Did you invite him inside?
He just kind of helped himself inside. As I was getting out of the car, he was like, let me help you with that. And he grabs my cooler, because I got my cooler that I had originally full of water bottles and sandwiches that Taylor had packed for our trip. It's like for the beach, that's later what we put our alcohol in.
Okay.
As we come inside the home, Taylor actually asked Wayne, she said, how's your twin doing? And Wayne told her this fabricated false story about how that we took turns riding Mark's motorcycle up and down the coastline and how that we had this great time.
So, I don't know, is anyone curious about what you're doing home on, what would that be, late Saturday night, early Sunday?
That would have been a day and a half, I think it is, early,
Okay.
by my recollection.
Is anyone curious about that?
Yes, Wayne just told her, his wording was that he got his computer nerd stuff done early, so we made it back sooner than expected.
Okay. And you talked about it a little bit earlier, but how do you feel? What's going through your head?
I'm freaked out. I'm worried for my own safety because what Wayne's telling me, Wayne's also telling me he's killed other people during this car ride. He's telling me about other murders he's been involved in.
How about his demeanor after the car ride? How is he acting? How is he presenting to you?
He's acting joyful and happy like nothing ever happened.
Okay. Does Wayne ever depart your residence and leave you alone at that point?
Yes. After he tells Taylor this false story about us taking turns riding Mark's motorcycle, he whispers in my ear that now I'd be accessory after the fact if I go to the cops. And then he kind of chuckles and gives me this big smile and wave and, thanks Taylor and leaves. He's in a good, happy, cheerful mood.
Well, from a frying pan to a fire, what does Taylor say to you?
Taylor informed me when I made it home that she was pregnant.
Did you know anything about her being pregnant prior to departing for Florida?
No, sir.
Okay. And is there anything else to add to that? Did she have anything else to tell you?
After she told me that she was pregnant, I asked her if she wanted to keep it because I was up for the abortion. She said that she wanted to keep it, so we decided that we would try to make things work between us.
Okay.
We, at that point in time, said that we'd essentially start trying to date one another, try to make this work for the kid's sake.
Okay.
And so until after this murder, I was not dating Taylor Showmaker.
Okay. At that point, do you tell Taylor what happened?
No, I did not.
At that point, you called law enforcement?
No, sir.
Let's start with Taylor. Why didn't you tell Taylor?
Because Taylor, first off, can't keep a secret. If I was to try to confide in Taylor, who knows who she would try to tell it to? And
Well, what's the problem with that, right? Like, what's the problem with Taylor going to law enforcement?
well, at this point in time, I'm concerned for my safety, her safety, as well as I'm worried about being charged for accessory after the fact for just being with Wayne in Florida.
Okay. While we're talking about charges and travel, is there any reason why it was not a great idea for you to go to Florida in the context of legal exposure?
Yes, it's true that I was on federal probation at the time that I was down here in Florida.
One of the conditions of which was?
I'm not supposed to leave my home state of Missouri.
Oh, that seems like a pretty big risk to take for $100. Why'd you do it?
Because it's not actually a big risk, because that's just a technical violation, kind of like me drinking is a technical violation. And I'm drinking, I got alcohol in my home that my federal probation officer is aware of, as well as the federal agents that I see in the bar have to report to my probation officer that they've seen me in the bar. I can name off a bunch of them. This isn't something that they violate you for.
Okay. Another thing I'd like to ask you about. Curtis, you describe him doing some drugs. You spend a lot of time with Curtis. Do you do any drugs with Curtis?
No, I'm actually supposed to be his sponsor. Like, he normally comes to me and confides in me that he's going through some troubles. He goes ups and downs, where he essentially stays off meth for a while, then comes back to it. But it's a pretty consistent thing. I'd say about once a month that he seems to relapse. He never takes his sobriety truly serious. It's more that his wife wants him to be sober.
Do you, I guess, has he told you, or do you have any firsthand knowledge of any mental health reason besides TBIs that he might have some erratic behaviors?
Other than seeing him, I don't know, yell and snap on people, normally whenever he's high on meth, like whenever we're on a job site.
Well, you'd mentioned that he really only does side jobs for cash. Yep. Is there a reason why he doesn't work?
Yes, because of his mental problems that he has. The diagnosis, I'm trying to...
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. So, you don't tell Taylor about the issue. Why don't you call the police about Curtis once you're back in Missouri?
Because of the numerous threats that he's made against my life, I take them very creditable after just witnessing him murder somebody with a hammer. As well as that I know from, being around Curtis, of all the other people that he's connected with, that even if he was incarcerated, I'd have reason to fear from other people that he knows.
Okay. Well, luckily you had a cell phone with you. You took a bunch of pictures. Where's that cell phone now?
It is destroyed.
Oh. Why? Or I guess, when was it destroyed and why was it destroyed?
It was destroyed after meeting Wayne at a bar.
Okay.
And after we met Wayne at a bar, Taylor Showmaker essentially tried extorting Wayne with this phone, telling Wayne, because whenever we met Wayne, in chronological order to make this make sense, the detectives came to our home July 18th. After the detectives came, we had to notify Wayne that the detectives had come.
Why did you have to notify Wayne?
Because July 13th, Wayne, after he got released from jail, he told me that the detectives would probably be to my house next, that he's got an airtight alibi, at which time I told Taylor Showmaker that Curtis Wainwright had murdered Teresa Sievers while we were in Florida.
Okay.
And he told us not to go, obviously, to law enforcement. I told her about the threats that he had made.
Okay. I guess I'm still missing why the phone was destroyed.
Okay, so after the detectives came, we notified Wayne. We met at a bar. Taylor's telling Wayne, as he gives us his false alibis, that she has pictures of Wayne in Florida sightseeing and taking pictures. She tries extorting Wayne with these photographs, telling him that the detectives had told her that he's being paid life insurance money by Mark Sievers, and there's more than $1 million worth of life insurance. The detectives are offering her $55,000 to make a statement in this case. She wants to know how much that he's willing to pay her not to. At which time that Curtis Wainwright instructs us to destroy this phone, get rid of it, and get rid of anything else that would tie us to Florida or connect him to Florida at the time of the murder.
Well, it would connect him. It wouldn't necessarily implicate you, so why would you destroy that phone?
I've been wanting to destroy the phone since right after that Wayne called July 13th and told us to get rid of stuff. Taylor didn't want me to destroy it because it has pictures of her kids on it.
Okay.
I want to destroy it because Wayne's claiming he's got an airtight alibi that puts him in Missouri. He's working on Chris Taylor's truck. And I want to destroy anything that shows that I went to Florida or ever was with him, any of this.
Okay. Well, how about everything else that came with you down to Florida? I think there was those coveralls. What happened to those coveralls?
Taylor threw those out of the vehicle leaving her mom's house. And
why in the world would she do that?
She knew I took them to Florida. I have no idea. She grabbed it off the floorboard of my car and threw it out. I still got 2 more pair that are inside the trunk of my car and a pair at home.
The pair that was tossed by Taylor, was that the pair that came with you down to Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think we've gotten this
The other
far.
ones are fireproof.
I think we've gotten this far without discussing what Curtis did with his bloody clothes. Did you see what Curtis did with his bloody clothes?
Yes, after he put them inside the backpack, later whenever we was driving back to Missouri, while we was stopped, he threw them away inside of a trash can.
Where was the trash can?
It was at a roadside park. He threw away the entire backpack.
Okay. Can you recall where in the world this park was?
No, sir. We're just following the GPS, and it's in the early hours of the day.
Okay. I'm glad you brought the GPS up again. Whose was that?
That is Curtis Wainwright's.
Okay. And was your phone ever plugged into it?
He hooked my phone to it.
Why did he do that?
Because apparently that he could download some app that he has on his phone, but he didn't have his phone with him. So he used my phone to download this app that gives you updates for traffic as well as for the flooding.
And this just might be an issue with my own recollection. It's getting a little late, but I thought you said Curtis had a phone with him.
He did. He had a flip phone that was with him. It's his, what he calls his work phone.
Well, golly, Jimmy, how many phones does Curtis Wainwright have?
He normally has 2 and maintains 2 phones since I've met him.
Since you've met him, and that's going back to 20...
Well, I say since 2014 he's maintained 2 phones.
Okay. Does he mention work? Do you know that to be the reason why he maintains another phone?
The other reason I know is that he uses it to hide homosexual activities away from his wife. Well, it was his girlfriend, later became his wife.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Why is he being so secretive about it?
Because his girlfriend wouldn't approve.
Relevance, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Okay. So, this other phone he uses for spicier communications. Do you know, would he ever use it for work?
I have no knowledge other than what he says.
I guess let me back up. What work did he do that he would use the phone for?
He said that he would always, try to talk himself up, telling everybody how that he's this big IT guy, that he takes these lavish vacations down to Florida, that nobody can do his job, that he needs the phones for HIPAA reasons. And, he always tries talking himself up to be more than what he really is.
Okay. So
everybody knows he has this other phone. He brags about himself and it and other things.
Okay. Hold on one moment. Mr. Rogers, I don't know if you've caught it. I have said at various times, Curtis, Wayne, Mr. Wainwright. Who are all of these disparate people?
It's all the same person, Curtis Wainwright. We normally call him Wayne, which is his middle name, but that is what he goes by, is Wayne, because his dad has the same name as him.
Okay. I think that'll do it for now. Thank you.
State.
So can we take a quick comfort break?
We're running out of time.
How long do you think your cross is going to be?
I think I can be done in less than an hour.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Maybe I'll speak on sidebar for just a minute.
You guys speak sidebar?
For next year.
Oh, I
Hey, but we're still talking about the 5 weeks. Why would they put the 6 week out now already?
Yes, sir.
No, you're still gonna go to that meeting and you're gonna lobby for the 5 weeks again.
Oh, I'm doing my Don Quixote. Like I always do. Tilt some windmills and have everyone. I'm not the only one, but state representatives here. All three defense counsel. Mr. Sievers, is your headphones working? Are your headphones working?
I believe so, sir.
Excellent. And we have Mr. Rogers on the stand. State's ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, state.
Good afternoon, Jimmy Rogers.
Good afternoon.
You told the court when we started that you know Hamid Hunter better than you know Mark Sievers, right?
Yes, sir.
You and I have never been to a wedding together.
We've attended numerous court hearings together.
That's not what I asked you.
No, sir.
You and I have never been to a wedding together.
No, sir.
You and I don't have any friends in common, right?
Other than my previous attorneys.
You and I don't have any friends in common, do we?
We do, my attorneys.
You and I don't have any friends in common, do we?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
It's not, actually, it's not answered.
I say that we do have friends in common, and those friends are my former attorneys.
You and I don't visit each other's homes.
No, sir.
You've never contracted to do painting at my home.
No, sir.
Mr. Rogers, a lot of this regarding your testimony today started back on 12/19/2020. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what you mean. I've been saying the same story to my attorney since 2016.
Actually, it's not the same, is it?
It is the same.
Back in 12/19/2020, you dispatched a letter to Bonnie Sievers. Do you remember that letter?
Yes, sir.
And in that letter, you wrote a whole bunch of stuff about the case, right?
Stuff referring to the discovery.
Yes?
To the discovery, yes.
And in fact, in that letter, you wrote, fact, Wayne told Robert Wyben late Friday night, and Wayne told Ansel Wright and Taylor Shoemaker Saturday morning, where he was going as he was leaving. Right?
It's in discovery. You're asking me about stuff I don't have direct knowledge
to. This letter's not in
to.
discovery, sir. This is your letter.
Yes, where I'm referencing things that are in discovery. I actually could cite some of those page numbers.
Okay. You wrote, Wayne, while in Florida, took pictures, sightseeing, bought souvenirs, collected seashells for people back in Missouri. Wayne did nothing to hide that he was in Florida. You wrote that too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You wrote, Wayne did not show back up to Mark and Teresa's house until someone was home to give him permission to stay there. You wrote that, didn't you?
If that is in the letter, then yes.
In the letter, you didn't mention that you were in Florida too, did you?
Without rereading the letter, then no. I cannot speak from my memory of a letter I wrote years ago.
You didn't even mention in the letter that you were with Wayne, did you?
To my knowledge, again, I can't recollect. If you would like to refresh my memory.
And you're saying you haven't read the letter in many years?
Yes, sir.
You read the letter in 2021, right?
I couldn't tell you the last time that I read the letter.
Okay. In fact, you signed an affidavit in 2021, isn't that correct?
Yes, Mark's lawyers came versus getting my statement, came and had me to sign an affidavit that I wrote that letter, sir.
And you wrote in the letter, or you signed an affidavit stating that the contents of the letter are true.
To the best of my knowledge, they are.
They're not true. They're half true, right?
I disagree with what you're saying.
Because you left out your involvement that you just told us about. You left that out of the letter, didn't you?
Again, I have not seen the letter in years unless you would like to recollect my memory.
In fact, Mr.
May we approach? Sure. Thank you.
And in fact, Mr. Rogers, some of the details that you've written in a letter, in this letter, and then later in the 78 or 76 page testimony that you provided to Mr. Sievers' counsel, are also the subject of the 3850 you have pending in your own case, correct?
I do have a 3850 pending in my own case.
And in fact, you believe that these details that you provided, including the testimony you provided today, may also grant you relief in your 3850. Isn't that correct?
That is absolutely false. I'm inside of my 3.850. I go after ineffective counsel, which has nothing to do with Sievers' counsel, as well as I go after Giglio's violations, the use of known false perjured testimony that's contrary to the facts that are in evidence, suborned by the state yourself. That is on the record. The record stated inside of my 3.850.
It's clear you have a problem with me, Mr. Rogers. What I'm asking you is the details that you provided in this letter that you sent in here on 12/19/2020 to Mr. Sievers' mom, and the 78-page testimony that you provided to his counsel are details that you put in your 3850, right?
Some of them are.
Correct. That's a yes?
Not all of what's in there is inside of the 3.850. The 3.850, again, stipulates 5 different grounds. To
Right,
say
but
what
some
you're
of them
saying
have
is
to do
actually
with the evidence.
incorrect.
Okay. So that's a yes.
I just told you that you are incorrect. There's some stuff in the 76 pages that does correspond, means that it is related to the case that I'm also appealing. Yes, of course, the case, there's information of the case that's going to correlap and overlap each other. Yes.
And you hope to win a new trial in your own case, right?
In my 3.850, yes, I do.
And in fact, Mr. Rogers, on this very same facts, on this very same set of facts that Mr. Sievers was convicted of and sentenced to death, You were convicted of second-degree murder. Isn't that correct?
Unarmed second-degree murder. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
You were convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life because you are a prison releasee reoffender, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you do get a new trial, you get a new trial for second-degree murder, correct?
Unarmed second-degree murder. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Wright was a close friend of yours,
He was.
like family,
No.
a confidant,
He was a good friend of mine.
a protector,
In county jail.
a counselor,
Absolutely not.
a counselee,
Don't know definition.
somebody that you provide counsel to or assistance,
That's what being a friend is.
somebody you trusted.
Yes.
You gave him keys to your house.
Yes, sir.
He can come into your house anytime he wants.
He could have.
He can sit down and eat breakfast with you and whoever is in the house with you. Right?
Yes.
And this friend, this protector, this counselor, this person with the keys to your house turned state's evidence against you. Right?
He did.
He betrayed you. Right? Is that a yes or a no?
I didn't realize that was a question. Yes.
I said he betrayed you, right?
Yes.
You don't have good feelings right now for Mr. Wright, isn't that correct?
I do not like him, no.
So, you agree, you heard the state's case during your own trial.
Yes.
You agree that you and Curtis Wright drove overnight to Florida,
Yes.
nonstop.
Yes.
You agree that you went to Walmart and bought miscellaneous things, including shoes, garbage bags, baby's wipes, lockpick kits, or whatever you want to call it, in Walmart, right?
There was absolutely no lockpick set. I was actually continuously trying to get to repeat that just like now. There is no lockpick set.
You agree there were some tools bought in Walmart, right?
Yes, there was tools bought at Walmart that you couldn't pick a lock with if you ever even dreamt or attempted to. They're way bigger than the lock.
We agree that there were tools bought.
Yes, there was tools bought.
We'll say tools. We won't say lockpick kit, all right? You agree that you had your phone on all the way down to Florida and all the way back, right?
Yes, sir.
You agree that your phone was in use during the trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard the testimony about your phone during your trial, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also agree that Mr. Wright had a second flip phone of some kind, correct?
Yes, sir.
That he brought with him on the trip.
Yes, sir.
A phone that he wasn't really using to communicate with anybody with except for Mark Sievers, right?
I don't know who all he communicated with on that phone. He has that phone all the time with him.
He wasn't using it during that trip, though, was he?
Other than to play video games or whatever he's doing on it, I don't know.
You agree that after driving all night from Missouri to Florida, that you went to the Sievers house in Bonita Springs?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Just the two of you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you went inside the house. You agree with that?
Yes.
And you got inside the house because Mr. Wright had the keypad code for the door, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got inside the house because Mr. Wright had the alarm code.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And he used a keypad that you later wiped his fingerprints off of, right?
I wiped my fingerprints off of the garage door button inside the garage.
Okay. You agree that there was a hammer on a freezer inside the house?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that that hammer was used to hit Teresa Sievers in the face and head, right?
Yes, sir.
You agree that you took blue suits with you to Florida from Missouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And those suits are they're heavy gauge material, right? That Doe Run works with chemicals, right?
We recycle lead, so those particular ones are acid resistant versus the other ones that I have are fireproof. So one I wear inside of temperatures while around smelting pots when I'm re-bricking kettles, and the other one is like the one that's in evidence right now is the one like that I wear whenever I'm working in the BSN, the BAT, which deals with battery acid whenever I'm pouring concrete and things of that nature over there.
They're heavy gauge blue suits.
I wear them in temperatures of 120 and 130 degrees.
Okay. The question I asked was, they're heavy gauge suits, right? They're thick materials.
No, they're not thick material.
Okay. And then prior to coming to Florida, you agree, sir, that Mr. Sievers and Mr. Wright had person-to-person contact at the wedding in the beginning of May in Missouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And even though you say you never saw them slip off together to have a discussion, you didn't keep eyes on both of them the entire time y'all were at that trailer, did you?
No, sir.
And you said Mr. Wright, during your trial, Mr. Wright said he went to get food, burgers, and stuff with Mr. Sievers, correct?
Restate the question.
And during your trial, when Mr. Wright testified, he said he went to the store to get the burgers and the meat for the wedding with Mr. Sievers.
I believe that he did.
And that was when one of the times they had this discussion about the plan to kill Dr. Sievers, right?
That's one of 3 or 4 of his versions, I believe.
So you agree that Mr. Wright went to get burgers, but you disagree that he went with Mark Sievers.
Yes,
right?
sir.
You agree, sir, that there in Missouri that weekend was you, Mark Sievers, Curtis Wright, Angela Wright, Taylor Showmaker, and others, correct?
On the weekend of the wedding?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
You agree, sir, that after Dr. Sievers died on her kitchen floor, that you and Mr. Wright left and went back to Missouri?
Yes, sir.
And just to be sure, and we'll get to that. So, when you said you knew me better than you knew Mark Sievers, you don't know anything about anybody I've had a relationship with, right?
You mean as in a romantic relationship?
Yes, any relationship.
Other than your friendship with my previous attorneys, I don't know. That's my point, is that I don't know Mark, just like I don't know you. That is my point.
Okay. But you knew, as you stated, that there was a relationship of some kind between Mark Sievers and Curtis Wright before you even met Mark Sievers, right?
Yes, sir.
You talked about a relationship going back to college, right?
Wayne told me whenever they were teenagers.
Oh, okay, teenagers, okay. And you knew this before the wedding?
Yes, sir.
You knew about Mark Sievers before the wedding.
Yes, sir.
So, even though you said earlier that you had 4 days off that weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
You got off on Friday, and you weren't scheduled to be back at work until the following Wednesday, right?
Tuesday. I got Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday off.
Okay.
I go back to work Wednesday.
I wasn't trying to trick you. That was my mistake.
Yes, sir.
But you had to call your boss and tell him you were leaving town because you might get called into work, right?
I just was nice enough to tell him that I was leaving. Not that I get called into work. I just generally volunteer for overtime. So whenever things pop up, I'm their go-to guy because I'm always liking to work more hours. I'm trying to keep my bills so low while working as many overtime hours as possible to save my money.
And you felt it necessary to call and let him know you were leaving because he might call you with work, right?
I didn't call him. I told him in person while I was at work. I was
Okay.
kind of excited to come down to Florida. Thought that it'd be fun. July, all you see on TV is normally Miami Beach. I didn't realize it was going to be a bunch of older women. I thought it was going to be more like Miami Beach. Be a lot more fun.
Yeah, we can tell jokes after Mr. Sievers.
I wasn't joking.
After we're done talking about Mr. Sievers' death penalty case. What I'm trying to get at is you called your boss or spoke to your boss
In person.
and told him you were coming to Florida so he'd know where you were. Isn't
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Just in case he had some work for you to do, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you work for him, you get paid more than $100 to do a job, don't you?
I get paid $13 to $15 an hour while working for him. When I do cash jobs, I don't have to pay taxes. So I normally make cash jobs around $10 an hour. But if I do this painting, my figure is I'll do somewhere around 8 to 10 hours of work if I was to do this painting that Wayne's telling me. Equals about $10 an hour, plus I get a free vacation out of the deal. I'm supposed to stay at Mark's house, we're going to go to the beach, supposed to have a good time, pays for my meals.
You were getting a vacation where you drive all night without any sleep, right?
I drive, but I can sleep in the daytime, so I'm driving at
You were
night.
getting a vacation where you drive all night without sleeping, correct?
Yes, and I also work at 4 a.m.
You were getting a vacation where when you get to Florida, you go to the beach without any sleep, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were getting a vacation where you don't have a place to take a shower or change your clothes, right?
No, because I was supposed to be showering and changing my clothes at Mark Sievers' house. And these hours that you keep referring to are normally my hours I work. As I stated earlier, that I go to work at 2 a.m. to arrive at 4 a.m. at my workplace.
That's right, staying at the house of the man that you don't know, right?
Just like all the other people who hire me to install flooring, windows, paint their houses, etc. This is what I do for a living.
They let you stay in their house overnight?
No,
Their families?
the people who hire me don't know me, was my point. I'm staying there with Curtis Wainwright, who comes down 4 or 5 times a year, a person who used to actually live with Mark Sievers for numerous years.
And while y'all were at the wedding, waiting on Mr. Sievers, you knew who he was when he arrived, correct?
Yes, because everybody started yelling his name. Everybody's been waiting on him.
You didn't have to say, who's that guy?
No, sir.
Why is he here? Right?
Not when everybody starts hollering his name and gets up to come over to greet him, shake his hand, give him a hug. No.
And in fact, while at the park, you actually lost sight of Mr. Wright and Mr. Sievers when they went to the park bathroom to put on their gray shirts and ties for the wedding. Isn't that correct?
There's numerous people that are going to and from the bathroom, so yes, it's a bathroom, public bathroom at a public
We
park.
can stop at yes. You lost sight of them when
Yes.
they went to the bathroom to get dressed for the wedding, yes?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Wright, as you said earlier, was known to take these trips to Florida to do the contractor server work that you talked about earlier, right?
Yes, and other work.
And despite the fact that Angie Wright, Mrs. Wright supposedly expressed concern to you about him driving alone, he managed to get himself down here on prior occasions, right?
On prior occasions, he has, but normally whenever he comes, he has to drive for a short period and then again. And Angie's been freaking out lately because Wayne's had numerous seizures recently.
He managed to, that was a yes or no question, Mr. Rogers.
Okay.
So
Yes.
he managed to get himself down here.
Yes.
And he managed to get himself back on his own, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So you, because you're painting, you packed up your paint supplies, your roller, you didn't bring a brush because you don't like the lines that brushes leave, right?
I just only brought my specialty tools. I assumed that Wayne would bring everything else. Again, this is Wayne's job. I'm just being asked to be a laborer. Kind of like if you hired me to be your roofer and you own a roofing company, I don't bring anything other than my tool belt. I don't bring everything.
And you said Mr. Wright brought some paint with him.
Yes, sir.
Was that inside paint or outside paint?
You would have to look at the pictures of those paint cans in Discovery that were still inside of the bedroom at his trailer.
Was it latent paint or flat paint?
I don't know. I didn't open them to look or read them.
Do you know what you were supposed to be painting?
No.
And it's not beyond conception for a person to use a hammer to prep a wall for painting, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argument makes two.
Overruled.
I've never seen anybody use a hammer to prep a wall. That sounds crazy to me.
So you mean if I wanted to paint this wall over here, where that picture of Judge Anderson is hanging, and I needed to pull a nail out of the wall so I could get a nice roll down the wall, I wouldn't need to use a claw hammer to pull a nail out of the wall?
You would need to use some kind of tool, yes.
And then when I was done painting, and it was time to hang Judge Anderson back up on the wall, I might want to use a hammer or some other tool to put a nail in the wall to hang the picture back up, right?
If you were the homeowner, yes.
So, the blue coveralls. You heard, well, let me back up. From your story today, and in some of the other documents you've given to the defense, those blue coveralls never made it into the Sievers home, correct?
No, sir, they did not.
And again, in your trial, where you said over here, you heard the FBI lady testify that the fibers from the blue coveralls were consistent with fibers found on the back of Dr. Sievers, right?
Is that a yes or no question? Yes, I heard her testify to that. Yes.
Okay. So even though the coveralls never made it out of the car, somehow the fibers got on Dr. Sievers, right?
That's what she testified to. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And during the before the attack, you said that Dr. Sievers' bag or purse dropped and a bunch of stuff fell out on the floor, right?
I just noticed stuff on the floor after she was swung to the floor. I don't know, again, if she had her purse with her or what was going on. I just seen a bunch of stuff on the floor after she was flung to the floor. I just seen a couple arguing, and then immediately after he swung and hit her, she took off running. Again, this was a quick incident. This was seconds.
That stuff was on the floor before you, from your story, from your part of the story, you're saying that stuff was on the floor before Mr. Wright drew blood from Dr. Sievers.
It was while he was attacking her that stuff got knocked onto the floor. He had hit her first inside the garage. She was trying to fight back against him inside the kitchen, at which point he flung her to the ground. There was stuff on the ground, I noticed, because he was kicking it, trying to kick her phone away from her.
Again, before he drew blood, right?
No, that would have been after he drew blood because he had hit her already in the garage before they ever made it to the kitchen.
So what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Rogers, is you said that the stuff fell on the floor when he flung her to the ground, right?
That's when I noticed the stuff on the floor, is after she was flung to the ground. Yes, sir.
But when she was flung to the ground, she hadn't yet been struck in the back of the head with the hammer, correct?
She had been struck in the face area, at least while she was facing Curtis Wainwright inside the garage at that point.
She hadn't yet been struck in the back of the head with the hammer, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So, after you and Mr. Wright arrived at the house that morning, you said Mr. Wright was very jubilant, went to the house looking for Mr. Sievers, figures out there's nobody there, and decides to leave, right?
Yes, sir.
No discussion about starting the painting job that y'all were supposedly there to do, correct?
No, he said that nobody was home, so we could not remain in the residence.
You can't remain in the residence despite the fact that he has access in the form of an alarm code and a garage door code.
Well, I'm just following Curtis Wainwright to a place that he visits all the time. He says that we can't stay. We can't stay.
So, you took all these pictures while you're down here, and you said on direct that you didn't want to leave any proof that you had actually been to Florida, right?
Yes, sir.
So you destroyed the phone and you destroyed the pictures, right?
Me and Taylor Showmaker did. Yes, sir.
So at best, you're only guilty of accessory after the fact and destroying evidence, right?
I'm not saying I'm...
He's not aware, he doesn't know.
I'll move on.
Sustained.
I'll move on. Is it safe to say that those pictures were also insurance?
They could have been.
They were your insurance against Mr. Rogers by Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, but your admission. I was doing that during your trial. I apologize. They were your insurance against Mr. Wright committing a crime against you, right?
I don't follow you.
So you mean to tell me that those photos, if something happened to you, or something happened to Ms. Showmaker, that those photos couldn't have been something that could have been used to link Mr. Wright to this crime?
They were pictures of Curtis Wainwright in Florida sightseeing and buying souvenirs and his whole trip coming down here.
If in fact Mr. Wright is threatening you and Ms. Showmaker, you could have said, go ahead, and these photos of us in Florida will go to Florida.
Could have.
But you destroyed them instead.
Me and Taylor Showmaker did, yes, sir.
You destroyed the whole phone.
Yes, sir. Taylor threw it out in pieces as we was driving down Highway KK in Boston, Missouri and Iron County. She threw it out one piece at a time. That way it'd be harder to ever find and relocate.
Miss Showmaker took your phone from you and destroyed it.
I handed her my phone, and she started disassembling it and throwing it out the window in pieces. So,
And in fact, before she had hands on your phone, you actually had put that phone in a locker where nobody knew where it was and nobody could get to it but you, right?
no, sir. Everybody could get access to my locker. My locker is unlocked. It's not locked. Everybody that I work with knows where my locker is. In fact, you all served a warrant on that locker at a later time.
Yeah, we had to get a warrant to get to it, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright can't walk onto the property of Doe Run and go rummaging through lockers, can he?
No, we couldn't.
And neither can Miss Showmaker, right?
No.
Nevertheless, you took the phone from the locker by your admission and somehow let Miss Showmaker destroy it.
Yes, sir.
And despite the fact, by your admission, or by what you said here today, the coveralls never made it inside the residence, but for some reason, they had to be destroyed. Right?
No, sir.
Or they had to be discarded.
No. Taylor Showmaker, after Curtis Wainwright told her to throw away everything that we ever took to Florida, Showmaker of her own took those off the floorboard of the car and threw them out the window, leaving her mom as we were getting ready to head down to Doe Run Recycling in Boston, Missouri to retrieve the phone. I don't know why she threw them out, other than that she knows that I took them to Florida with me.
Miss Showmaker is some kind of criminal mastermind.
I don't believe so. She has an 8th grade education.
In fact, you've told us before that you didn't think she was very smart, right?
She is not.
And despite her lack of smarts, for a better term, she was able to figure out that it was important somehow to get rid of these coveralls and get rid of this phone, right?
There's
speculation. He doesn't know what's in her head.
You just said she wasn't smart, Judge.
Ooh. You can answer.
There's no need for the coveralls to ever got thrown away. And I'd furthermore just state for the record that those, again, were never worn inside of the home and had nothing to ever do with this crime. So, again, there's no reason to destroy them. They were thin fabric. They are not waterproof.
Who's Jimmy the Hammer?
I don't know.
That's not you?
No, it is not.
You had a Facebook account, right?
I had years ago.
On April 17th, 2015, you didn't post, "I might be nuts and use a hammer, but I can cook."
That you're using a meme out of context.
Did you post it?
There's a meme that was in Discovery.
Did you post it?
Show me the post.
I just read it to you.
But there's more. There was a picture that was attached to that. That was
So you posted it.
a picture. That was a comment.
6633 of your Discovery.
Again, if you would like to refresh my memory and show me a comment that I made that was underneath a picture.
Okay. So you agree that you made the comment, but there was a picture with it.
Yes,
Okay. And then somebody tagged you on February 22nd, 2015. Jimmy the Hammer is, and excuse me, but I'm quoting here, fucked up.
that was the same person I told you set up the Facebook February 22nd, and there still wasn't even a photo of me on Facebook yet. He was posted that, friended me, and tagged me in 2 photos back to back, maybe even 3 photos that day when he set up my Facebook.
That was at page 6640 of your discovery. You saw that, right?
At some point in time, yes.
You've seen all of your discovery, isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You spent a lot of time going through your discovery as well as going through the record of your trial, correct?
Yes, I have.
On 2/22/15, you were tagged again in the photograph, getting stupid with Jimmy the Hammer, page 6640 discovery.
That would have been the same night, the same photo. I'm wearing the same suit, same shirt. It's not a different date. The same guy. Tagged me twice in 2 different photos, back to back, the same night.
So this person incorrectly referred to you as Jimmy the Hammer, and then Taylor Showmaker incorrectly identified you as Jimmy the Hammer at trial, during your trial.
Again, Showmaker says that it was never my nickname. She's never known anybody to call me that. She doesn't know why I would ever be called that. That's been her testimony,
So
as well as
that's a
contradictory.
yes? That's a yes, right? You're saying it's incorrect.
I'm telling you, it's not my nickname.
Okay. You didn't wash off your hammer in the crime scene?
I never had a hammer.
But you did have hammers at your house, right?
Yes, sir.
And talking about your probation, so, Mr. Rogers, you were convicted of a federal crime, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were sentenced for that crime by the federal judge, right?
Yes, sir.
That judge wrote up a document that contained your orders of probation, what it was you're supposed to do, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't.
You were told what the conditions of your probation were, right?
Yes, sir.
Don't get any new offenses, don't use any drugs, don't hang around other criminals, don't leave the state without permission, right?
Those are some of them.
So this judge ordered you not to leave Missouri, right?
He ordered me to probation. My probation officer is who oversees me and tells me the rules of her probation and how she wishes me to follow her probationary rules.
By the judge's order, correct?
I'm not a lawyer.
And despite being told not to leave Missouri, you left.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't tell your probation officer you were leaving, did you?
No, sir.
And you didn't tell your probation officer you had returned to Missouri, did you?
No, sir.
And you weren't unhappy with the fact that law enforcement from Florida told your probation officer that you had been in Florida, right?
They had my probation revoked for being in Florida, which is a technical violation that the probation officer would not have ever violated me for, other than at the behest and request of the Florida homicide detectives.
Well, you used an important word there, right? It's a violation of your probation for you to be in Florida, right?
It's a minor violation. Yes, sir.
And you were subject to being sanctioned by the judge that ordered you not to leave Missouri. You were subject to being sanctioned for leaving Florida, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you were, in fact, sanctioned for it, right?
At the behest of Florida.
They had pictures of you in Florida, right?
Yeah.
From surveillance, right?
Yep. Lots of them.
And when you wiped down that keypad or the button at the Sievers house, you did that on your own volition, right? Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Nobody asked me, no, sir.
And despite the fact that you said your PTSD was flaring up and your thoughts were scattered and your hands were shaking and you were nervous, you still had the presence of thought to wipe that down on your own, correct?
Yes, when I made it to the button, was about to open it to go outside, I thought to myself, hey, I got fingerprints on this, and I wiped them down.
Despite the panic attack?
I wasn't having a panic attack. I'm just really scared. My PTSD is shaking.
And you're scared of Mr. Wright, despite the fact that you told us at the deposition that he can barely raise his arms above his shoulders, right?
He's got a background in different martial arts, as well as he used to cage fight, actually for a living, back in the 90s, and retired in the year 2000.
Well, you're a younger guy, in better shape, right?
Well, I'm telling you, if I could clone me, 5 of me couldn't beat up Wainwright. That was why you called him my protector inside of the county jail, the guy with the 19-inch arms, big guy, 235 pounds, 5'10", yeah, that guy.
Well, you can take care of yourself, can't you? You've been taking care of yourself while you've been in prison now, right?
I'm currently 205 now. I'm also not 20 years old and 160 pounds.
And you also agree that you did tell Ms. Showmaker about this murder, right?
July 13th, I told Taylor Showmaker that Curtis Wainwright had killed Teresa Sievers while we were in Florida in an argument.
So, getting back to the letter you wrote to Mrs. Sievers, Bonnie Sievers, you said, now that a jury has found me not guilty of conspiracy, as well as a jury has found me unarmed, as you stated earlier, meaning I am not the armed killer, it was now safe for you to send her these details, right?
No, it's still not. Like right now, my testimony is still not safe because as I give this testimony, you will later use it against me to try to charge me with accessory as after the fact, something that my lawyers removed as one of the underlying offenses and argued at trial that I was guilty of but not charged with.
Mr. Rogers, you're convicted of second-degree murder. It's our plan to keep you convicted of that.
Objection, that's not a question.
Sustained.
Withdrawn. You said in that letter, here are some facts about the case that I would greatly appreciate you researching and sharing. You wanted Mrs. Sievers to provide you with some assistance and information with reference to this letter you sent her, correct?
Absolutely not. I'm telling her that her son is an innocent man and telling her to look into the discovery, the same discovery that's available to the public right now that actually you could get on any cell phone and watch some of these interrogation videos.
And her son is innocent because you say he's innocent.
It's
Right?
my word versus Curtis Wainwright and his 26 confessions.
And the physical evidence, right?
Physical evidence is on my side.
And Ms. Shoemaker is also incorrect, right?
Ms. Showmaker, I agree with most things that she says as far as discarding evidence, even her alleged so-called confession where she says, we were laying in bed. She claims that despite us lying about going to Florida, she says that she told me that she knows that we had something to do with it. And I told her, yeah. She asked what the murder weapon was. I told her a hammer.
You told You told her we did it with a hammer.
No, I did not. Showmaker's also changed her testimony numerous times. Again, I told her, yes, we had something to do with it. Yes, what the murder weapon was. That was it. There is no any other information I provided Taylor Showmaker about this murder.
So that big detail that you said we did it.
I didn't say we did
Let
it.
me finish my question. You said we did it as opposed to he did it. That's a pretty big error for a woman to make regarding the father of her child, right?
Is there a question here?
I just asked you.
It was
That's
too long.
a pretty big error for a woman to make regarding the father of her child. Isn't that correct?
For 19 grand, she has plenty of motive.
Money is a good motivator, right?
That has been your argument since day one.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Rogers, you said earlier that you were scared of Mr. Wright.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wright came to jail in Lee County back in 2015, right? We had him locked up.
Yes, sir.
Couldn't get out, right? And even then, you didn't volunteer this information, right?
No,
That's a
no.
No, okay.
I'm speaking here. So I gave my lawyers.
I'd like to ask my next question.
But you didn't give me, I never answered your first question.
You said no.
That it was not my answer. My answer is what I'm trying to say right now.
Okay.
Is I told my lawyers exactly what I'm saying right now. And my lawyers, because how they explained to me, just like the lawyer that I got after my second interrogation, as well as whenever we got Kathleen Fitzgeorge as my lawyer after my fifth interrogation, all explained to me that how this works is I'm supposed to tell my lawyers what I know. My lawyers then relay it to the prosecutor in exchange for a plea bargain. My attorneys have told me after speaking with you that you were not interested in any story that would not help you further your case against Mark Sievers in this conspiracy theory, nor were you interested in any information I had about the other murders that Curtis Wayne Wright committed because it would hurt this case, was what my lawyers told me.
Really?
Yes, sir.
And so then you went to trial and you were found guilty by the jury, all right? All this time, Mr. Wright is now pled. He's going to prison for 25 years. You still didn't tell us this story, did you?
I, again, wanted to speak. My
Yes or
lawyer.
no?
I did not.
And then you were sentenced for second-degree murder, sentenced to life. And you still didn't tell us the story, right?
At what point in time was I supposed to, and how?
So you mean to say that despite, you told us how scared you were of Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright is locked up. Mr. Wright is going to prison, and you were still scared?
Who was I supposed to tell this to is what I'm asking you. I told it to my attorneys.
You had pen and a piece of paper. You didn't consult with your attorneys before you wrote that letter, did you? Did you?
I spoke with my attorney that was doing my direct appeal and told her that I planned to write that. She told me that she did not suggest it for the exact reason that she said that anything that I write will be used against me in the court of law in every single way possible. She said that they don't say what you say can be used against you, it will be used against you.
You've answered the question. You didn't write this letter until after you were sentenced, and you did this despite what your lawyer told you, correct?
Yes, sir. She ill-advised me and told me not to do it, that it was not in my interest.
And then, after you drive back to Missouri, and you're saying you're afraid of Mr. Wright, you get to your house in Missouri, and he has a key to your house, right?
He did.
You don't get the key back from him, do you?
I changed the locks.
Oh, you changed the locks.
I changed the locks about 2 weeks after this murder happened.
A whole 2 weeks.
Yes.
You were so scared, you waited 2 weeks to change the locks.
It's whenever I got around to doing it.
Then, weeks pass. Y'all are up in Missouri. The detectives are down here in Lee County investigating a homicide. You still don't tell anybody what Mr. Wright allegedly did to Dr. Sievers by himself, right?
I had told Taylor Showmaker July 13th.
I mean law enforcement. You don't tell law enforcement.
No, not why they're threatening me. No. It would be stupid to tell law enforcement that you were at a scene of a crime that's also threatening you with accessory after the fact, impeding investigation, harboring a fugitive, as well as asking you if you're guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder.
But you've done a pretty good job of pointing out that right is wrong, and there's been a lot of wrong things that have been done to you. Correct?
On this case,
So right is right. It would have been a right thing for you to tell this story of what you said happened to Dr. Sievers. Right is wrong, right?
I told it to my attorneys that I wished to relay to you, which would have led to a plea bargain. But by the time I made it to Florida after 6 months, you had already gotten Curtis Wainwright's statement the day before I made it here and wasn't interested in what I had to say, just like today.
Then, after Mr. Wright gets arrested and brought to Florida, and then you get arrested and you go to federal prison in Missouri, or I don't know if you were in prison in Missouri, but wherever it was, you were in federal prison. When the detectives come to see you, now you're safe from Mr. Wright in prison, you still don't tell them, right?
The deal that they were trying to make me was deals of 35 and 45 years during that fifth interrogation that you're speaking of at FCI Greenville, Illinois.
So you're only willing to tell the story if you think you're going to get something for it, right?
I'm saying is every lawyer's advised me not to speak to law enforcement, that you're supposed to speak to your attorney then speaks to the prosecutor. This was the legal advice that I got from my federal attorney shortly after being arrested on this crime. She told me, although she doesn't represent me inside of this crime, that was her legal advice is do not speak to law enforcement, wait until I got to Florida, tell my lawyers what I know, have my lawyers to convey it to you, which would result in a favorable plea bargain for probably accessory after the fact. If the state didn't drop those charges of accessory after the fact for being willing to essentially testify against Curtis Wainwright. That's my legal advice I was given.
Nothing further.
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this letter, you refer to, as it was characterized, you talk about what Wayne did. You talk about what Wayne said. You don't ever mention yourself. Did you make any statements that had to be corrected through this letter on the record?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you were just correcting what you perceived to be untruths.
Everything that I put inside that letter, to my knowledge from reading the discovery, is true. I speak about what Wayne did. I speak about what Taylor did. I speak about what law enforcement did. I didn't currently, at the time of writing that letter, I didn't have the page numbers to be able to reference like how I did inside of my 3.850 that he says that it matches similar to.
I guess there's a fiber found inside, a fiber matching the coveralls. On Mrs. Sievers' body. There's a fiber that matches the coveralls.
That's what was said at my trial.
Okay. Certainly, if coveralls were worn inside, they'd be covered in blood, so we don't have to worry about that, right?
Objection. Counsel's editorializing.
Sustained.
Okay. It was mentioned that at some point during the wedding, Mr. Wright went to the bathroom, and you said you did not follow Mr. Wright into the bathroom. Is that true?
That's true. I did not follow him in the bathroom.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. In your case, what were you charged with initially?
First-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and armed burglary.
Conspiracy to commit murder. The conspiracy was what?
What I was charged with?
What was the allegation of the conspiracy that you were charged with initially?
Well, I was initially indicted for allegedly committing a murder for either one coin worth around $10,000 or multiple coins worth around $10,000 or burglarization of the home for around $10,000 or stealing around $10,000 worth of antiques. That was what I was originally indicted for.
But wait. So what were you convicted of?
I was convicted of second-degree murder, well, unarmed second-degree murder. So I'm in here for felony murder, but found innocent under the underlying felonies.
Let's just stick with the questions asked. So I don't get it. Why would you have committed a murder if you were not involved in a conspiracy?
Is there a question?
I'm trying to understand how that happened. Do you know?
How I'm convicted of a murder?
Why would you have done this murder if you weren't part of a conspiracy?
I would not have done this murder.
Okay.
I have no reason to kill Teresa Sievers. None.
You were acquitted of participating in a conspiracy to commit the murder of Teresa Sievers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is this witness to be released or retained?
Release, Your Honor.
State?
Released, Your Honor.
All right, so you can step down. They'll send you back. Any further witnesses from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, would the court order Mr. Rogers to be sent back to South Bay?
I'll put it on my minute.
What I
Okay,
just said,
thank you.
then he be sent back.
Thank you.
Sir, I guess I should be more explicit.
No, I understand.
You got me.
You said it.
Oh, you got one. State, is there going to be any rebuttal?
That's what we were discussing. Can we
Well,
have just 30
How
more
long?
seconds?
Well, how long is each side going to need for argument? It's 5 o'clock.
Well, Your Honor, we intended on filing written closing arguments, and we had, if Your Honor is okay with it, we typically do that once the transcripts are filed.
Okay, I'm okay with that if both sides agree.
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, how long do you need to decide? I can take a 5-minute recess, or if you think it's,
We're good, Judge. The state has no, the state, I guess the state rests.
okay, no rebuttal.
No
Okay.
rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right, any other matters we have to resolve before we call it a day?
One matter, Your Honor, but defense requests a brief recess before we address it. It has to deal with any statements that might be made to the court.
Okay.
Thank
How
you.
much time do you need?
About 5 minutes at most.
And how long will this take?
Right now, I can't say. I will be able to advise the court after a brief recess.
Okay. If it's long, we'll be here tomorrow morning. If it's short, we'll finish it tonight.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting
Out of
at.
an abundance of caution, Your Honor, let's say that we will address the court to the extent that the court will be addressed tomorrow morning.
State, tomorrow morning?
I unilaterally made that decision, Your Honor. Let me confirm.
I'll tell you what, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll let everyone discuss it, and,
I'm making decisions regarding travel
You got
plans
someone
for
for
my
your
files.
No, I didn't.
No, okay.
I didn't.
Of the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. John LeBlanc on behalf of Mr. Mark Sievers. And Your Honor, there was discussions whether now would be an appropriate forum. Obviously, it would have to be through testimony for Mr. Sievers to express his warm feelings to his daughters. We decided, however, this is not the appropriate forum and certainly not putting him under oath to do it. So the defense will formally rest at this time.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You guys want me to set a time frame on your written arguments, or do you want to wait until you actually get the transcript and then tell me how much time you need?
Your Honor, if what's typically been done in the past is we do between 30 to 45 days after the transcripts have been filed and disseminated to the parties. So I think that would be appropriate.
45 days?
Sure, and
That
yes,
gives,
and if we could have them do on the same day and typically like at a certain time. Yeah.
By 5 o'clock.
Well, once the transcripts come in, if you guys want to have an agreed upon order, you can forward to me. I'd be happy to sign it, because I'm not gonna know when you get them.
Correct.
So just once you get the transcript, if you have an agreed upon order for 30 or 45 days, 45 days sounds good to me. Forward it to me and have the due date for both at the same day, same time.
Okay. The transcripts will they be filed with the court file or they're not?
If Your Honor orders that, that would help with the
Okay.
triggering date.
All right. We'll order that the transcript be filed in the court file then, once it's available.
Thank you. We'll plan to submit a proposed order to Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Anything further from the state?
I think the record will reflect it, Your Honor, but we just wanted to state for the record that Mr. Sievers does have a hearing equipment that he's wearing and that he's been, Your Honor has ensured throughout the hearing that it's been working properly and that we've done checks just to make sure that he's been able to hear the proceedings.
And he was instructed to let me know if he had a problem hearing, and he didn't. And I saw him conversing with his attorney, so I think everything was good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything further from the defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Would you like him sent back immediately, or would you like him held for a couple days here in Lee County? Immediately? Okay. Always ask in case family members want to go see him at the Lee County Jail, but that's entirely up to you guys. But
After his visitation tonight.
after his visitation tonight? Well, okay. So
They won't.
They won't send it
process
to-
it.
okay.
Pass it anyway.
all right. See everybody shortly. We'll be in recess.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. You canceling?